Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to what is the spookiest weekend of the year. Is it going to be fright or delight for our darters over the course of the next 12 hours or so as we finalise the 6-player field for our Halloween spooktacular here at the Super Series? And beware of the wolf. Kevin Dowling looked like he was prowling at the start of the day, winning his first match before losing the subsequent 4. Michael Huntley also found just a solitary win on his opening day of Group C. He'll need to push to the line to make it through to tomorrow night. Mario Robb joined the missed double of Fon, failing to make gains on Wednesday. He also finds himself landlocked on 2. The top 3 then cancelled each other out. Justin Hood showed glimpses as to why he was the bookies' favourite to win the group. 8 points is what he's on. Alongside Martin Adams, looking for his second Champions League appearance, won 4 from 5 to keep him very much in the race, pinning this 1-4-1 in the process. But it's Reece Collie who leads the way. The British Open champion from last year is back to his best and looking to add a weekly title to his Clifton collection. Yeah, the Villa boy probably buoyed by their 4-1 victory in the Europa League last night. And he'll be hoping for a few 4-1 victories today. Joining me up here on the balcony is many a winner of a tournament in Laura Turner. And Laura, yesterday, 3 players started at the top on 8 points, but every player will still feel going into today there's still some more levels they can draw upon. Yeah, absolutely. And I think what I was impressed was actually, there was some slow starts, let's be honest, yesterday, but how players like Reece, players like Justin just got better and better and better. And I'm hoping they start off where they finished yesterday and we see even more of it. Yeah, so 3 players tied on 8 points, that being Reece Collie, that being Justin Hood, that being Martin Adams. And I suppose we've not really had this type of scenario in Group C before. We've had 3 players like that and then 3 players down the bottom, all on 2 points. It's going to be an interesting day and it may make the start of the day really important. Yeah, I think so, because you've got the top 3 against those bottom 3s and there is, quite a big gap. I think, race to 2 for the top 2 to get through to finals night. I think, for the bottom 3, their race is pretty much run. Statistically not, but the other 3 are going to have a really bad day for that to happen. So could start shaping the table even more so. But I just don't imagine, players like Kevin yesterday just didn't really get going. I don't imagine him to have another day like that. And he could act as a spoiler for some of these players at the top. Be interesting to see. Right, let's see what the bookies are saying. This is the outright betting. So perhaps not a surprise that the markets have moved dramatically in the favour of Hood, Adams and Collie. Kevin Dowling there moving from 9 to 2 out to 101. That was the day that he had yesterday. But Justin Hood top of the betting. Is that because of his recent pedigree in this competition, do you feel? Yeah, and he came into it as favourite. And as I say, he had the standout performance yesterday in his last match. So I can understand that. He is a weekly winner here as well. And he just looked like he had more levels that he could go through. And we've seen him here before and hopefully see him again. Yes, so let's have a look and see what the bet builder is saying this afternoon. This is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchange. You put it into a little acca for you. It's a 4-to-1 treble today, all in the match winner markets, and it is all backing the top 3. Not really a surprise. Martin Adams, though, in that Justin Hood one, I suppose that's the gamble of the 3. Yeah, that is the one that could be, a bit of a banana skin. It's a tight one to call, and obviously they're both right at the top of the table. So, it'd be interesting. Top 2, you would say, based on yesterday, understandable. But as I say, I expect a bit more maybe from Kev today. So, who knows? This is going to be a bit of an abacus job today, isn't it? Yeah, I hope you've got all your fingers out, all your toes out. Yeah, because there could be some permutations. This could all come down to leg difference at the end. So, hope you are strapped in wherever you are at home. Make yourself a cup of tea, maybe a little lunchtime sandwich, and enjoy an afternoon at the darts here at the MODUS Super Series. Laura Turner is going to be describing all the action down in the commentary box and waxing lyrical alongside her. It's a very good afternoon to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And Group C has that real separation. And in your picture approaching the hockey now is Reece Collie, 24-year-old from Dudley. And I was super impressed with him. And a guy in 2021 was winning development titles on the PDC. In 2022, one of the major WF tournaments in the British Open. But for me, he just stalled a little bit his game. And despite the fact he did represent England in the World Cup, which is an extremely wonderful honour to do. And I know he was very proud. And I don't know, when he arrived yesterday, I wasn't so sure where his game was, but I just thought he put on a real good performance. And I'm really excited to see if he can kick on from there against the very likeable Mike Huntley, who's, look, he's had his trials and tribulations
First leg,
this
it's
week.
Reese to throw first. Game on.
Matches will be officiated by our superb referee, Charlie Costafine. But Mike Huntley, from the moment he came in on Monday, he opened up with victory. He's top of the seniors rankings at the moment, so he came here in good form and winning lots of ADC competitions in Wales. And I just think the disappointment's been evident for him, because I think he expected more, just really expected he to be here on Saturday night, and it just hasn't worked. And he has sort of portrayed a lot of head shaking and negativity, which I'm sure he'll look back on and try and improve on that. But it is tough when you're on there, when you're not playing your best. But you'd have to fancy Reese Collie in this game.
121.
Well, that's my opinion. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Laura Turner. But based on yesterday, Laura, you'd have to fancy Reese Collie.
Yeah,
29.
absolutely. And he was another one, I mentioned it just a moment ago, he really did grow into the day. Bit of a nervy start, lost 4-1 to Martin Adams in his opener, but just got better and better and didn't drop a match after that. So
59.
Based on what we've seen so far, totally agree with you. But again, we know that Michael's got levels, he's got things, and he might want to go out with a bang, because no one comes here to underperform. And unfortunately for Mike, that's just the way it's gone so far.
Yeah, I'm just going to use a word that you used on the balcony when you were talking with Henry, the word spoiler. So maybe and potentially the
100.
three at the bottom.
Reach to require 152.
The game has been run. However, they can still play an integral part in the outcome of this
128.
And Michael did come out well in this leg. He just stalled a little bit. And also the mixture of Reese Collie finding the treble 20 bed. So 138 can't do it. Reese Collie will come back for double 12.
73. Reach to require 24. Game shot on the first leg. Reese Collie.
It was just a moment on that leg that Mike Huntley started very, very nicely. Decent start from both.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first.
And I think we both said yesterday, when Mike came out against Kev Dowling in his opener, yesterday's match, he did play very well, but his doubles let him down, and that became a theme that continued throughout the day. He did hit that wonderful 1-3-4 finish in the match. And it was his strongest game, I felt, just in the way that he was in himself. He looked confident, he looked assured. Needs
30.
to try and replicate that just to try and get close to Reese.
He just didn't recover from that first game against Kev Dowling, and he was 3-0 in that game, which Laura's mentioning there, and he did pull it back to 3-3, was looking a favourite in the last leg.
57.
And you've just seen the shoulders sag, and he never ever really recovered from that game. It could have been oh so different had he got over the winning line in that match.
44.
So when you look at the statistics, again, Laura mentioned there that the top three actually play the bottom three in the opening games. So even coming from game two, it's a case of, you know, have they done
59.
their job and all reached the 10-point mark? Or will someone create a shock? And already we'll see that separation. I'm looking forward to this group
100.
C. Some of the quality yesterday wasn't at the highest or where they want to be. In fact, we had to wait till the penultimate game when Justin Hood averaged over 92 in that game. But
54.
for the thrill and the excitement of the real match play, it's been really tight and very, very competitive.
And I guess when you look statistically, when we look at averages, I think a lot of them were, even that Justin Hood average, he was averaging
60.
well over 100 for the majority of the game. And it's just been a bit of double trouble for some of these players that have really seen their averages crash.
140.
Yeah, for Reese Collie,
require 140.
87.13s at the end, so his consistency was there. Which is good from Huntley. Remember his first game yesterday, he opened up with a 1-3-4.
100.
Already he looks in a better shape, doesn't he? I mean, he's going to be dejected when he goes home no matter what, but he can put a good showing on today. Just remind everybody
44.
the type of player and the form he's in.
40.
There's a chance of tops here.
Yeah, and you feel this is important. You want him. Mike's going to want to hit this early on.
Game shot
and
the
he
second
does.
leg. Michael Huntley.
Oh no, that was a 20 dart holder throw. the reaction there, I think, just says what we've been saying.
Third leg, it's Reese to throw first.
Because he struggled so
Game
much on the
on.
doubles yesterday, just to hit it that quickly, that really should settle him down.
Yeah, I must admit, I had a real giggle this
100.
morning. Someone got me big style. The guy who's travelling down with Mike Huntley is well known in the PDC sector as Big Narge. He's one of the markers on there, and we call him Big Narge. And I told the story where I played a game on the PDC and I got to 5 each, and then he stopped the game, did Big Narge, to have a pasty.
44.
Well, he got hold of me yesterday and I thought he was going to tell me off about it, and then he said, it must have been a long time ago, Glenn, because I can't remember you getting 5 legs at the PDC for a while.
Oh, that's brutal.
123.
Advantage Narge.
$43.
Tell you what, you just automatically thought, if you started looking at all your preparation, looking at the games yesterday, but this is pretty nervy and worrying moments for Reese Collie right now, because the
84.
ascendancy is with Mike Huntley.
$100. Michael, you require
Yeah, we just say Reece was slow
114.
to start his campaign yesterday. Well, single 14 and leaves tops.
74.
Yeah, there's no real tension or worry. He just seems to be a bit more free-flowing as Mike, and he gets to a stage where he's thinking, why didn't I do this on Monday?
96. Michael, you require 40.
However, the doubles haven't been the greatest. That's another great marker. Can he follow that in? This is where the troubles have been.
20. Reach your
Yeah, I don't
required
think he quite needs that
118.
level of negativity. You could see the reaction there. It's disappointing, I get it, but needs to remain positive. Because he will be back.
94. Michael, you required 20.
Yeah, the scratch of the head there from Reece is just a little sign of frustration. He'll be hoping the woes on the outer ring for Mike continue. That's a touch well. Come on, he says to himself.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, that's a
Michael
good
Huntley.
last start there from Mike. Just took his time a bit more. Again, he's got that focus that we saw in the opening match. I know the opening match went against him, and
Fourth leg, it's Michael to throw
he
first.
is hitting the
Game
doubles
on.
now.
Yeah, I thought his rhythm was disrupted with that second to the third last start, but it's always a really difficult one, the double five, especially with the last start, and that will have doubly hurt Reece Collie, who was sat on a double after that.
100.
They may not admit it, but Justin Hood and Martin Adams will be Mike Huntley fans in this game. They'll probably open and admit to you that it's
44.
in their hands if they win their games, but you can't help but just have one eye on this match, and already it'd be advantage Adams and Hood if Reece doesn't get over the line in this game. And you have to say right now,
85.
it looks like one winner.
That was quite interesting listening to Hood speak yesterday. Justin, he was saying that
123.
he just wants to go through the card. He's just going to win all 5 of his games, and then everything else is everyone else's problem. And although he's quite quiet, he's quietly confident, I would say.
He didn't show that bravado until the back end of yesterday, but
180.
right now you would think that Mike Huntley was one of the guys that was vying for top position right now. Just shows you when the
77. Michael, you require
pressure's off you,
136.
you can suddenly start playing your better dart. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason why he's suddenly playing like this. This is for a crack. It was a 1-3-4 yesterday in the opener. Oh,
No
dear.
score.
Oh, dear. He's actually busts the score there. That's a double whammy.
Yeah, a bit disastrous. And
18's a bull. Is what he's trying to work out there. If he stayed on that 20s, there's a potential of leaving a 1-6-2.
129. Michael, you require
Back to
136.
1-3-6.
$60. Reach your require 128. $56. Marco requires 76.
Yes, he's fighting with every dart, is Reese. This is nervous times because that is the perfect dart. Don't hit the big 16 this time, Mike.
Game shot on the
does
fourth
avoid the
leg.
big 16.
Michael
Does get the
Huntley.
double 4 in the end and 3-1 up for Mike Huntley.
Fifth leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game
Most
on.
noticeable for me is maybe has been looking back. I spoke to family, but every time he's on a double, he's just saying, come on, come on. Every single time he's gone for a double so
100.
far. It's not the head shaking. It's not the vulnerability or this is not going to go. He's really trying to G himself up. So clearly he's working on his game right now.
100.
Yeah, and that second leg that he won, where he went out on double 5, that was one of those legs that perhaps yesterday he wouldn't have got that double. He wouldn't have had that composure, that
135.
focus and that belief to have actually got the job done because he had missed some before. So this is good stuff from Mike Huntley.
Yeah, it's amazing what a little bit of confidence does for you.
50.
Well, a little bit of confidence from Reese Collie, a ton and a 1-3 start when you feel like the game is beginning to drift away from you.
87.
And again, we kind of imply that the way the table looks, it could be one that comes down to leg difference. These three stay on
100.
the same kind of points, and a 4-1 loss here for Reese Collie. Well, that does really change the dynamic in terms of legs as well as points.
84.
Yeah, good point. There's absolutely nothing to separate these players, so maybe the attitude of Justin Hood of winning all my 5 games and putting everything to bed, but Mike Huntley,
180. Reach
where has
required
this come from?
95.
it's his third maximum, and 76. He may go with the 2 double 19s. It's the right shot. And go back to treble 20, of course.
39.
Mike
Michael,
Huntley
you
will be
require
aiming for treble
71.
13 with his first start there. It's not the end of the world if it's a single. But what he mustn't do is drift out of that 13 bed. Now, the scenario means it could be a bullseye. He doesn't even give himself a chance. Disappointing there, Laura.
31.
Yeah, I agree. And
Reach required
just
56.
opens the door here for Reese. So double 6.
44.
And they were snatchy. They were not
Michael,
as
you require
rhythmical. They were not
40.
as free-flowing. And very reminiscent of his first game yesterday. Chance for Mike Huntley.
Game,
The potential
shot,
spoiler of
and
the day is
match,
Mike Huntley.
Michael
And what
Huntley.
a start of the day we have so far. Reese Collie sitting pretty at the top of the table. That is not the start he wanted. And maybe, just maybe, the big winners of that result are Martin Adams and Justin Hood. As we look at the tail tape, Michael Huntley, very solid, 84.14. Great start for him. Next up, it is Justin Hood, and he plays Kevin Dowling next. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a start to the day. Cat amongst the pigeons, you feel, with Mike Huntley, who was sat on 2 points against Reece Collie, who was sitting pretty at the top. It was a three-way players at the top and three players vying for these two qualification spots. Well, Justin Hood is just retrieving his darts now. He has the opportunity. If he can get over the line against the man in your picture, the gentleman, that is Kevin Dowling from Warwickshire. 58-year-old, just a real gentleman of the game. But this guy has real star quality. I'm a big fan of Justin Hood. He was interviewed after yesterday's proceedings where he won 4 out of his 5 games, and his mentality was to come today for 5 out of 5. Against Kev Dowling, who won his opening game yesterday against Mike Huntley, but it didn't go well after that. Chatting to him before the competition started.
First leg, it's
when
Justin
they are
to
going
throw
straight,
first.
I'm
Game
playing
on.
okay, but there's too much inconsistency in my game, and that proved to be the case. Well, Laura Turner, if Kevin Dowling is to win this game and replicate what Mike Huntley's just done,
24.
for me, he'll have to be better than he was yesterday.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Glenn. And I think maybe this is the best time, perhaps, to get Justin. We saw it just a moment ago with Reece, just very slow to
100.
start. And even yesterday with Justin, he did get the win, but got up against it slightly with Mario Robb in his opening match. So
85.
the players at the top, I felt yesterday, perhaps not so much Martin, but the other players, they just got better and better as the day went on. Martin was quite consistent and was afforded opportunities, which he took.
45.
I guess if that's the case as well, Laura, maybe the guy that comes out the traps today could be, rather than looking those games, when we come to the conclusion, a lot of the hard work for qualification
90.
could be done very early, especially after that first result.
I think it was what we were waiting for yesterday. We were waiting for one player to really make a statement, really stand out. And let's be honest, over the course of the day, there wasn't any one player that dominated. And that's why we've got
81.
those 3 players still on 8 points at the moment.
I did sense that this was the guy where if he wants to put a terrific performance in, he can. And sometimes he just makes the game look too ridiculously easy. I think I'd like to see a little bit more tenacity, a little bit more snap in his throw, and his personality on the hockey as well. Sometimes you've got to get up there and grit your teeth, just similar to what Mike Huntley did in that last game. You could see him
45.
internally
Justin,
trying
you
to G
require
himself up.
170.
And I think I'd like to see that with Justin just a little bit.
$90.
And he really does have a very good understanding of, you know, the route that he should take. It was a great shot there just before to leave that 170, and again now left himself on 80, which so important to leave those good
44.
finishes.
Yeah,
Justin, you
interesting
require
because, Laura,
80.
because Kevin's a bit more methodical and slower. I agree with what you're saying there, because I could just see him assessing, looking at the scores, which route am I going to do. So when you're playing a quick play and you see 80, you're automatically thinking, I'm just going to go on the 20s.
32.
However, he decided to go on the 16s because he knew that Kevin has got 186. So sometimes when you've got that time behind, you are able to make your decisions on where you want to go. But that last dart from him won't impress him.
36.
No, and he did throw in a couple
Justin,
of those
you require
yesterday, just a couple of
48.
really wild ones, because we were kind of questioning how much he'd been practicing. Get the impression that he's not a massive practicer.
Game shown the first leg. Justin Hood.
Well, that's the start he wanted. He'll want better quality for sure. And the problems
Second
for
leg is
Kevin
Kevin to
Dowling
throw
yesterday
first. Game on.
are continuing. Maybe, Laura, I thought it was going to be a little bit more inspired after Mike Huntley winning his first game. It was a nice start to the leg for Kevin, but once again, that inconsistency, that drift into 5 and 1s was
60.
the real problem.
Yeah, and I think after the kind of interview that we saw from Justin, I totally agree. I do think it was, it sounded like he wanted to come out
80.
here, make a statement and just, like you say, run through the card. But ultimately, a bit like how Dave Evans, when he progressed to win, you know, he won all bar one of his games in Group A. That's a joint record.
50.
But again, he didn't have to find anything massive, anything major. He just remained consistent. And perhaps that's the same for this group here.
Yep, we saw some real quality in Group B last night.
60.
If you were with us, thanks for joining us. If you weren't, why not? And please watch the games at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV tonight, because there's some blinding games and it's set up very, very nicely. The fact that Robert Thornton beat
85.
Fallon Sherrock very late last night, or early hours of this morning, I guess, has just set it up beautifully well. And I must admit, I'm really looking forward to it. And it just felt like the quality was better. But
60.
it'll be no surprise for me if on Saturday night we see someone from this group holding that trophy. Will it be David Evans, or the expectations that the winner is going to come from that stacked Group B?
39.
I think that's one of the things I do like about finals night. It's very much got more that sudden death feeling. It was very much more tournament-like. Yes, there is a round-robin stage, but
81.
it's very short and it could be over very quickly if you don't get out quick enough. And then you get the knockouts, which is what we're all more used to playing.
And I think that's where Dan Lowby comes into it, because he has that blistering pace of attack at any time. If he can do it at the right moments. Whereas maybe consistency that David Evans had in Group
82.
A might not be enough on a Saturday night. And what else is really important is to have the crowd here as well. And you can come and join us tomorrow night on what we expect to be a brilliant night. And simply
81.
scanning that QR code. There is a small booking fee. And just remember, you make the night extra special, not only for those people watching, but also for the players on the night. So come down and join us. And remember, there's
81.
a few tickets
Justin,
left
you require
for Champions Week final night a
139.
week on Saturday. And quite simply, scan that code.
And of
44.
course, Champions Week
Kevin, you require 104.
comes with a bit of an after party as well.
Hi, DJ Paul Star. Treble 18 for Kev. He needs something, doesn't he? He won't make any excuses. Too nice of a man to
47.
do that, but I know the
Justin, you
frustration will
require
be there that he's not
95.
producing his best. This is where players want to be on this stage. He'll go back upstairs for the ball.
70. Kevin, you require 57.
So big opportunity here for Kevin. One you feel he has to take. Just about gets into the 17. Leaves himself on tops.
37. Justin, you require
Yeah, and
25.
it's just not... It's kind of carried on where it left off for Kev Dowling last night into today.
Just when you begin to write your conclusion to the
Kevin, you
stories of
required
MODUS
20.
Super Series, Collie expected to breeze past Mike Huntley. I expected a terrific performance from
Game
Justin
shot on the
Hood.
second lay. Kevin
And right
Dowling.
now he's floundering. This is a match lacking
Third leg, it's
real
Justin to
quality at the
throw
moment.
first.
It needs
Game
something.
on.
You just sort of sensed. He looked at the floor there and right, this is the moment.
174.
And so often we've seen that from Justin throughout yesterday, at least when he suffered a setback, he managed to then find that next level. It's almost like he needs to lose a leg in order to spur him on
59.
to play better.
Well, it was the perfect start. Can he follow?
$57. $25.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't need commentary. Just look at the facial expressions from Kevin. He is so frustrated right now. You can see a deep thought.
85.
It can be such an awful place to be when you're not producing your best darts. You feel like the whole world are watching you. You can see the insecurities and the vulnerabilities as a player, and you can just see the shake of the head there. It's a tough place, isn't it,
39.
Laura, when you're not playing your best?
Yeah, I think any dart player will tell you that's, they've been in that situation before, I'm sure. But
58.
where it's a shorter format, sometimes in a longer format, you can give yourself a bit of time and you do get a break so you can come off, kind of reset. Whereas this is a race to four. There's absolutely nowhere to hide and nowhere to go. You've just got to plough on.
100.
Yeah,
Justin, you
and
require
sometimes I always think back to
127.
basics and just that go for the one treble a visit. And it's a start for Kev. Doesn't need to go up with the bull.
95.
Doesn't go up with the bull. Leaves himself double 16. And I just sensed as he prepared his first dart in this leg that Justin was like, hey, come on, sort yourself out. And this is a much, much better leg.
45. Justin, you require 32. Game show on the third leg. Justin
much
Hood.
better. 1 in 16 darts. 2-1 to Justin Hood. I think what you were saying there, going back to basics.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
I think
Game
for Kev
on.
at the moment, he's getting so much lateral drift. I think even focusing on just getting them straight, just getting them in that 20. But again, there we go, drifting into the 5. Just focus on getting them straight. And again, this is the problem. You over-adjust.
25.
You try the switch. You just try everything then, don't you?
Yeah, we'll have a little look at the side view of Kevin's throw. See if there's something I can see as he's throwing through that dart. I'll try and give a bit of analysis of why the 5 and the 1s. The timing's
40.
clearly not there. But very flat foot, as you see. Highish elbow, and you just want that follow through with the arm. So you can just see that hand at the end. I mean,
96.
it was a score of 96, all super straight. My analysis of that throw is that looks okay. I think when he's going into the 5s and 1s, sometimes what they call the early release and the late
96.
release, where your brain said, right, great dart, and you're thinking, hang on, I've still got the dart in my hand. So that's what we call the late release, or one where you've let go of it, and then your brain says, right, now throw it. But when you get your timing perfect, and it's
97.
interesting, we've gone to them side views, and they're probably 6 of the better darts that Kev Dowling's thrown. Whereas you've got Mr. Relax there in Justin. He's just what I would call just a natural player. It's all about feel.
180.
He just feels it. It's very rhythmical. Where that's more structured, that's more manufactured. That's years of throwing darts. That was a bit jabby, that second dart.
121.
Look, we've just done a side-on view there of Kevin Dowling, so thanks very much for showing that there. And that looked like much better throwing.
Yeah, it did indeed.
123.
It is much better from Kev, but even better from Justin Hood.
$94. Justin requires 62.
So for a 3-1 lead. Leaves him double 16.
Game shot on the
no
fourth
problem there.
leg.
Really
Justin
clinical
Hood.
finishing now from Justin Hood. And 3-1 up.
Yeah, as Laura mentioned there at 1-1, sometimes
Fifth
you just
leg, it's
need that
Justin to
punch
throw
on the nose
first.
to
Game
wake
on.
you up. And we just sensed, as he threw that first dart in the previous leg, that he was like, hey, what's going on here? Let's go to work. And a nice 16 dart.
123.
Followed by that beautiful 15 darter there. Now, Justin Hood is finally demonstrating the qualities we know he's got. And as an opponent, when your person you're
95.
playing then goes down to 19, it was always a wonderful sign for me. That was telling me you don't want to go down to 19s. Kevin's trying everything, but Justin Hood will be saying thank you very much when you're seeing your opponent go down to 19s. Justin Hood is finally, Laura, producing the darts we expected today.
Yeah, well, we did think it was coming, but I suppose we can allow him a couple of legs to warm up. Or, it's his first
59.
match, but yeah, he really is a really strong front runner. And as you say, he seems to sense what's going on with his opponent, and he really is making the most of it.
98.
Yeah, terrific. Last couple of minutes here for Justin Hood, and he'll go back to the players area and see himself as the first player to reach 10 points. Like I said, they're all make you feel just a
79.
little bit better in your game.
Justin, you
Have you
require
seen how here?
100.
He opted to switch for treble 16 again. Preference
52.
for the 16s, 32s.
And quite simply because Kevin's on the 268 there, so he's got that luxury of doing it. So Kevin is also
101.
beginning to
Justin,
provide
you
some of his
require
better data.
48.
That just gives him some hope for the rest of the day. He didn't want that. But he wanted that.
Shot,
Justin Hood
and
is
the
up and
match,
running. Justin Hood wins
Hood.
4-1. He is the first player to reach 10 points. He's looking good. He said he's going to go through the card today. Well, that's a fine start from him. Early on in this match, it wasn't great, but just he got his average over the 80 marks. Really found that double 16 where he wanted to be. For Kevin Dowling, plenty of food for thought. Can he bounce back from that? Well, we've seen two of the top protagonists so far, and next up, it's the legend that is Martin Adams against Mario Robb.
Yeah, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. You're joining us here for game number 3. And it's the first time today we will be seeing Martin Adams in action. And he's taking on Mario Robb. Martin currently sat second on the table after that win there from Justin Hood, who goes into top position. But an opportunity for Adams here to add a couple of points and join Justin on 10 points if he can defeat Robb. And Robb yesterday really did push on, played very well against Wolfie, although it was a Wolfie that came out the 4-3 winner in the end, went right to a decider. Robb, he'll be hoping to replicate a little bit of what he did at the tail end, because it really was an up and down day for him.
Yeah, I was disappointed with Mario Robb yesterday, Laura. I thought he was terrific on Wednesday. He had a really, really difficult start on Monday and Tuesday, and there was a point where he just looked so dejected. I thought he couldn't bounce back from it.
First leg, it's Martin to throw
just produced
first.
this 4
Game
wins out
on.
of 5 on Wednesday, and that put him into real contention for Group C. But he came out, he was playing with his playing style, he was playing at a reasonable pace, then playing very, very quick. He just didn't really find his rhythm that he wanted to be at. And
55.
yeah, and I think he'll have been left disappointed. And you just don't know what version of Mario Robb we're going to get here.
$40.
I think that's slightly more in the rhythm where he's more comfortable, because at one stage he was throwing those second and third darts, those following darts, very, very quickly. And it almost just doesn't suit his style. I mean, he's obviously the Dutch robot, and he's called that for a reason, because he has got a very stylised, robotic kind of throw.
Yeah, felt more rushed
100.
than robotic, didn't it, at times? But yeah, we've seen all the shirts from Martin Adams this week. Still my favourite one. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That was a beauty on Wednesday. But obviously, prostate cancer means so much
60.
to Martin. The work he's done over the years in promoting and supporting. I know that's the shirt that's very iconic to him these days.
100.
Yeah, I spoke to Martin and people from Prostate Cancer UK who came along to the darts, saw them at the Scottish Open many years ago and encouraged me to do a bit of work for them. And what, you know, just the message
60.
that they've spread throughout the darting world, it's absolutely invaluable.
Yeah, I think the raise via the darts, I think it was close to $500,000. Just an unbelievable, incredible amount of money. What do we do?
140.
The one who put his head above the parapet, above everyone, was this man, Martin Adams. And I was very proud to wear. I know when I won my Q school, Laura, on the final day against Matty Dennant, I was wearing my white prostate cancer shirt.
95. Mario, you require 121.
The treble 17 is the shot. Can't find a chance for Adams. You may find that Adams will start with a
57.
bullseye on 91.
Martin, you require
The
91.
mudding way now is to be very direct on the treble 17, but very traditional. So that leaves 66. So what he's doing by doing that is guaranteeing himself a dart at the bullseye.
66. Mario, you require 64.
Yeah, I think you'll find that with Martin. I think we just almost know what way he's going to go. And Mario Rob now needs double 8 or narrowly missed the double 16 and couldn't quite adjust.
56.
I expected that to go in there, Laura. So many
25.
times do we see that when someone nearly busts? It takes the pressure off the last dart, but a chance here for Adams. And look how many times he's done this finish over the years, and he just sensed the importance of this dart even very early in his campaign
9.
today. Doesn't chance for
Mario,
Rob, and this would be for a
8.
breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Mario Rob.
Yeah,
Well, I tell you what, after the first games yesterday, Laura, I wasn't really impressed with any player. No one really stood out.
Second leg, it's Mario to throw
Bit of
first.
deja vu,
Game
isn't
on.
it?
Yeah, again, no one really taking the ball by the horns. But actually, I guess in a twist, in a complete flip of yesterday, you would have to say it was probably Mike Huntley.
180.
Compared to what we've seen him do so far this week, I think just the change in the attitude and how he performed in that early match and being one of the the table toppers. I guess I'd have to say
41.
it was Mike, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I really expected a statement here from Martin Adams, but that's the 10th 180 of the week for Mario Rob. And bearing in mind, he didn't hit in a 180 on Monday, only hit 2 on
45.
Tuesday. You can see that on Wednesday and Thursday. His stats did pick up with 4 on each. And that 180 is giving him control of this leg as well.
60.
When will you be back on the dartboard then, Laura? Is practice on a night, is it something that you try to do? Or 4 times a week, blah, blah, blah?
I would love to say
45.
yes, but no. I do struggle to practice. I have invested in a particular style of dartboard, which actually does encourage you to kind of play, and you can play online against other people.
81.
So that's been quite a good tool for me. But obviously, with you've got everything going on, obviously evenings spent here at the MODUS Super Series and other bits and pieces. Not making excuses.
I'm in the same position.
Yeah.
I'm in the,
100.
I tell you what it does though, Laura, for me, and I was hoping it was going to be the answer from you, is that when you sit here up close and personal with all these guys, I'm itching to get my darts out at the weekend.
I have to say, I've come off the back of working on one of these, gone to a local league and
35.
played, and you just look at the dartboard differently. You've seen so many
Mario,
good
you
darts
require
thrown that
131.
you kind of think you have to play to that standard in order to win your games, and you can produce some good stuff. So it can be inspirational.
Great start from Mario Rob.
88.
However, as I say that, he misses the big number there, but in total control to lead 2-0 here. And listen, Laura, I have about 150 routines where all of them are 21 darts. So if you need to send me some
13.
for some quick
Mario, you require 43.
practice routines, just let me know. As Mario Rob looks at 43. 2 darts, a double 16. Is there another
Game
shot
shot on the second
line
leg.
here? Well, you'd
Mario
have to say at
Rob.
the moment, Mario Rob is in a fantastic position. Didn't expect this from Martin Adams. I don't think he did.
Third leg, it's Martin's to throw first.
And maybe then
Game
place that
on.
on the 8 points because it took Justin Hood a while to get going. And Martin Adams do the same. Well, that's where he wants to be.
So all these routines that you mentioned, is there
100.
a commission price on each of them?
Well, you're at 450 now, so I'll do it 450. So we'll call it the round 500.
Just
But any person that does come to see me for 2 hours for 90
81.
minutes, you only throw 3 darts at treble 20, which is an indication of how I used to do my routines. Don't get me wrong, in the last part of my sessions, whenever I practiced in ready for a lakeside, ready for a pro tour, I would hammer the treble 20.
26.
This invisible man game that I would always use as my go-to, but for a lot of the time it was about practicing the board, not playing others. I know I always
60.
see it as a footballer doesn't play football matches 7 days a week. 6 days of it is practice and routines and getting himself ready. So that was always my theory anyway.
121.
no, but it is something I will most definitely be looking to increase as we get closer to those World Championships in December. Not long left.
36. $65.
Arguably, you would say the
100.
3 players at the top probably haven't come out and impressed just as much as we would have thought they were going to. Yes, Justin Hood did get the win and did really pick it up in the end, but did give Kev Dowling a few opportunities.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the next couple of games. I think Reece Collie would be delighted to see that his next game is against
44.
Kevin Dowling, who's, let's be honest, he's having a real nightmare at the moment. And Reece Collie may have went back and panicked a little bit after that loss to Huntley. He can correct that fairly quickly. And I guess, if you're Reece Collie, you'd be cheering on Mario Rob for victory here.
100. Martin, you require 145.
Well, Martin Adams yesterday took out a sublime 141 checkout. 145 not going to go at the moment, but what can he leave?
40.
Not enough, Laura.
Mario, you require
Chance for Mario Rob.
124.
Only the one treble needed with your first 2 darts. Treble 18 will be the target area. Doesn't get it, but couldn't late.
56.
You can leave it pretty,
Martin,
and
you require
68 to finish, you'll
105.
fancy.
So top throw 105,
65.
missed by the smallest of
Mario, you
margins.
requires 68.
That really did bend the wire. So the worst thing Mario can do is to hit a 1 or a 5 with the first dart. Nice and simple. So he's going to get a dart to lead 3-0. And that dart is double 16.
36. Martin, you require 40.
Just indicating there, yes, that was further away than he'd expected. Again, Wolfie just bending the wire.
30.
Well, well, well.
Mario, you require 32. Game show on the third leg. Mario Rob.
Yeah, and a bit of a fist pump there from Mario Rob. 3-0 up over Martin Adams. And
Fourth leg, it's Mario to
again,
throw
a bit like we were
first.
speaking about Reece
Game
when
on.
he lost 4-1 to Huntley. If leg difference does come into this, then losing 4-1, 4-0 really will affect the leg difference if
45.
we are tied on points.
Martin Adams is 30 points down on the average to what I expected in this match. He witnessed Reece Collie in game 1. He gave himself an
60.
opportunity. just hasn't delivered. It's a very surprising performance. However, this is his 5th day, Laura. We've got to take fatigue into consideration, I believe. The man's 67-year-old.
140.
Yeah, I agree. But I think it's just come to me that, was this not exactly the same scenario yesterday where Rob went 3-0 up and it was a really big comeback from Martin Wolfie Adams? Really had to dig in, really had to
60.
focus. So he has come back from this position before, but I do think the Wolfie of yesterday was just hitting bigger.
135.
You try to look at any positives, but you'd be struggling to find positives right now because Mario Rob is 200 points ahead, only a maximum.
100.
Yeah, just had a bit of a Celine Dion moment there. It's all coming back to me now because Mario walked off that stage completely disappointed.
140.
Well, it's not looking like there's going to be that incredible fight back this time.
85.
Nothing he can do because Mario Rob, whose
requires
strength
21.
has been his finish, and he's got at least 6 starts at this 41.
9.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a trademark of Wolfie. You're just drifting into the 1s, drifting into the 5s. As you say, don't think we're going to get that comeback
73.
today.
Mario, you require 32.
Well, we didn't know what version of Mario Rob was going to turn up today.
Game,
But it's
shot,
a case of
and
Super
the match,
Mario Rob in
Mario
a
Rob.
very surprising opening result for Martin Adams. A whitewash win for Mario Rob. An uncharacteristic display from Martin Wolfie Adams. And just a little heart to the camera there for Mario. He knows he's got lots of supporters back in Holland. It's been a difficult week, but that might just make him kick in for the day. And Mario Rob 4-0 over Martin Adams. And just on the outer ring, everything went wrong for Martin Adams. Can he bounce back? He will need to, but a big joy for Rhys Collie because he's up next. He's got a chance against Kevin Dowling.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back, and so to the story of the day so far. Two of the top three overnight have lost their opening games. The only one to actually pick up a win is Justin Hood, and getting the better of Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 1. That's what we've seen so far. This is how the table looks. So Justin Hood has opened up a 2-point gap at the top of the table. Collie and Adams on 8, Robert and Huntley on 4. Right, next up for us, Collie against Dowling, Glenn and Laura down in the commentary box to describe the action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And yeah, it's been a really surprising start. And I think Reece Collie's really got away with one, to be fair, because I expect Martin Adams to win that last game, and he didn't. And Martin Adams' next game is in a couple of games' time. And guess who he plays? Yeah, he'll be playing Justin Hoods very soon. So it's a good chance for Reece Collie now to get that first game out of the system, because he started slowly yesterday and finished with real aplomb.
Game on.
And he's up against a player who's really, really going through at the moment in Kev Dowling. Look, he's had half an hour to try and get himself right, but sometimes the damage is done even before you get up there, and you can see from that opening dart there. Well, yeah, he's chatting away to himself.
25.
Not good signs, even in the infancy of this match.
No, Reece did win this
100.
meeting yesterday. And I think it was a telling sign in that opening match from Kev Dowling, where he opted to actually switch from starting on the 20s to the 19s. They're just not finding his range, and that inconsistency
100.
that he spoke to you about just creeping in.
Yeah, Reece just has to be professional, really focused. Maybe sort of
100.
overlook Mike Huntley to his detriment. He's opened up with a couple of scores of 100 there, thrown with real purpose. He'll feel he's the better player, like as Laura alluded to there. He was a big 4-0 victory over Kev yesterday. And,
60.
Can he use that as the foundation to start his campaign today?
140.
Yeah, well, it's a great start here from Reece. This is against the darts.
$60. Reach to require 161.
Yeah, he didn't need to go for it anyway, but he's got 86 left, so treble 18.
93. $44.
Not a real
Reach
head
to require
shaker as well as
68.
Kev. So what you're seeing there is what you're getting. And for Reece Collie, does want to go down to Madhouse. That's what you think about when you're on that 68 finish. That's why so many players can start in the treble 12 on 68 these days, or treble 16 to go down the double 10 route. The real problem of going treble 20 with the first one is that you're getting in that realms of double 2 and double 1 where you don't want to be.
100.
It's a real settler. Reece will
Reach to
want to put this
require
one
4.
away.
Yeah, he's moving along. It's awkward.
Game shot
That's a
on the
great
first
dart.
leg.
Does find a way
Reece
through.
Collie.
Just on occasion, we noticed it yesterday, but
Second
when
leg,
Reece
it's
is
Reece
going
to
for
throw
doubles,
first. Game on.
that relaxed action that he's got, he finds that extra bit of tension in his shoulder and tends to, I think you referred to them yesterday as almost like punchy darts.
100.
And I think he's been quite punchy. And even that double 2 didn't probably go as smooth as he wanted to. But that's what pressure can do to you. When you're relaxed and you're winning games, all of a sudden everything's rosy. But I think the clash that we've got here is...
70.
I looked at the career of Reece Collie, and he's got the opportunities of development tours, challenge tours. He's played on the WD-off system. Whereas I look at Kev Dowling, who's that stereotypical dart player who started in his local club before representing county youth at 16. He started playing Super League at 18-year-old. A 27-year-old started playing county in 1992 with the likes of Steve Beaton, Trina Gulliver. And then he met his good mate Steve Hine, started travelling the circuit and had
85.
excellent practice partners, players like Sean Dowling, name I hadn't heard for a long, long time. And he's just an all-round good guy. Yeah, despite all that, when he got into his later years, his best moment was still to come when he
32.
represented England. Did reach a Pro Tour in 2012, a semi-final. And I can honestly say in all them years, I've never seen a response like I've just seen from him there.
140.
The frustration is killing him right now.
Yeah, when things just don't go right, it's sometimes really hard to just find a way to
44.
correct it.
Reach requires 76.
And you start throwing differently. We've seen it with Mario Rob as well. Start speeding up, just starts trying different techniques, and just becomes very frustrating.
36.
Yeah, when you're throwing a dart just on that point of release, when you're confident, you can just see that treble 20 like it's a big bucket. And when you're not, everything, your shoulder comes in, you tighten up, you feel your body moving. And you've got to do it with
100.
all eyes on you.
Reach require 40.
Like I said, I know what it's like to be there. And Rhys Collie's the big winner because he can see his opponent struggling. And the worst
30.
thing he can do right
Kevin
now is just
require
begin to panic.
150.
There's no need to panic. But darts, Laura, can change on one big finish.
Is this the big finish?
Game shot on the
It is.
second
That's
low.
3
Kevin
very
Dowling.
well thrown darts there from Kev Dowling. Sometimes you just need that
Third
kind
leg
of
is Kevin
throw,
to throw
taking that
first.
chance. And
Game on.
yes, the opportunity was gifted, but that wasn't a given. That wasn't an easy outshot, and very well to set it up as well.
Yeah, he didn't know where to go and get his drink. He didn't know what to do. His first dart was just messing about. Though in reality,
44.
after that 115, you can see him there.
$85. $85.
Yeah, that first dart there. Like I said, he's just thinking why they're going there. Then the second one's a treble
60.
20, and you're thinking to yourself, well, I didn't throw it any different, didn't feel any different. That's when you start over-analysing yourself. It's easy sat here saying, just clear your mind, Kev. Go back to those years in
81.
1992 when you're making your debut account. You go back to those practice sessions with Sean Dowling, Steve Beaton, Trina Gulliver, etc. But you just,
97.
in the moment, your sort of blind panic kicks in.
And it's quite amazing, isn't it, when you think about the route that Kev's taken, and many a dart player that we see even now has taken
100.
the same route. I'm sure yourself was quite similar. You know, we all started locally, went to Super League, went to county, followed that progression. If you look at the opportunities and what's available to
97.
players now, I mean, just imagine, you know, sometimes imagine if we had that back then, and the opportunities that, you know, that what they'd be like even now.
But they're on the stage where many of the amateur players, you know, forget the development tours, the challenge tours
44.
of this. You ask many players who haven't got a Pro Tour card where, you know, which competition they'd like to win. And the MODUS Super Series is right up there at the moment.
56.
Because of the circumstances.
Kevin, you
the
require 147.
fantastic venue, the coverage, the professionalism. This is where they want to be. Let's not be too shy. 20 grand to the winner as well next week. That'll get you a new handbag.
99. Reach you require 106.
Might even get me 2.
$74. Kevin, you require 48.
Kev really playing himself back into this match. Needs double 16.
$32.
Yeah,
Reach your
don't
required
expect Rhys to miss
32.
this right now because he'd be thinking inside, I could be 2-1 down here and I shouldn't be. Just widens the bed. I said he should get it.
No score. Kevin, you require 16.
Yeah, and some real doubling issues for Collie in this match. Can Kev take advantage?
12.
And the answer there, no. So Reese back
Reach
to
required
32.
32. Game shot on the third lay. Reese Collie.
Yeah, forget statistics, forget numbers, forget everything. And now it's just about the 2 points. The good thing for Reese Collie
Fourth leg,
is
it's
his
Reese
best
to throw
start yesterday,
first.
Laura,
Game on.
was after this game. You know, games 3, 4 and 5 from. We saw some real flashes of brilliance from him. He looked really at ease with his game.
100.
He'll know this has been an awful game to be involved in. And sometimes it'll just be a case of going back and saying, look, I've got the 2 points. Got some big games to come. Maybe that's what he needs, Laura. Maybe the fact when he's playing the Huntley, the Dowling
43.
and the Robbers with the games he's going to struggle, and maybe we'll see the best when he plays Adams and Hood. But not the start he wanted today, that's for
60.
No, absolutely not. But as you say, in the context of the match, 2-1 up, and that's the important bit at the moment. It's all about getting those wins, and if you can get those wins and not playing so well, hopefully you could. It's tomorrow, isn't
60.
it? If you can make it through to finals night, you want to find your best darts then.
Yeah, I remember when I won the World Masters, very similar to the prize money. If they win this week, they get $5,000. If they win it next week, so they'd be walking away around about 25 grand. And that was my first paycheck when I won the World Masters. And someone said, "What was the most extravagant thing you bought, Mr. Tight Man?" I said, "Hey, I'm not tight. I went from Lidl to Aldi. I started shopping at Aldi then. Went really up market."
94.
Tell you what, one day, just one day, I'm going to be shopping at Morrison's. I have a nickname for being
Reach
tight.
required 150.
Can you believe that?
Can I abstain from questions?
Nearly abstained on the 150 there, but this is better from Collie.
90.
Maybe he's just over those Collie wobbles. We've used that term about him. Just, like I said, roundabout now he's began to kick in. A 60 finish here will be a real settling moment for him, because
60.
you won't look back on this game with real fondness, but you do learn more about yourself in circumstances like this.
40. Kevin, you
I
require
was unlucky that double 10. I thought that
138.
was actually a well thrown dart. Kind of noticed he gets a bit tight in the shoulder.
62 left, Kev, so treble 10 will be the...
86.
He's himself a 2 dart. No more
Reach
messing about with Reese Collie.
20.
Double 10 for a 3-1 lead. He approaches the Yockey. Real determination in the eyes. I still think it could be smoother.
Game shot on the
That is
fourth
a cracking
lay.
dart. He just
Reese
moved
Collie.
across the... He couldn't see an awful lot of that double 10 with a second dart there. He could pretty much only see the top quarter of it. And he
Fifth
smacked
lay
it
is
right
Kevin
bang
to
in the
throw
middle.
first. Game on.
I know you've mentioned it before, but good sportsmanship there once again from Kev Dowling. Just getting a well done for that leg for Reese.
He's such a nice guy.
92.
I don't mind people who are nice before and after, but I like to see players who are up there and just a little bit horrible. Not with Kev Dowling, just too nice.
60. 100.
Well, whatever the result, I do think this is
100.
definitely an improvement on the opening match. We've seen the highest outshot from that Kev's had as well at that 115 of his campaign so far. So there are some signs there. But again, just far too many inconsistencies.
Yeah, probably.
27.
Kev will probably disagree with that second dart there, Warner. It's not nice to see. Don't want to see. This is a game you love, and all of a sudden you're putting yourself through this. You're
45.
not playing at your best. You feel embarrassed.
The flip of it as well, isn't it, is when you're actually playing someone who you can visibly see is struggling or not at their best. That that takes quite a lot. It's a different kind
59.
of take on how you play your game, because it can affect players differently.
Yeah, I remember Gern Price beat me 6-0 in 7 minutes, and he was sort of
100.
apologetic at the end. You know, I think there was even a stage where I think players wanted to see me starting to play well, but the real elite players of this world, if they see someone struggling like Kev has been today, they're like a lion in a jungle there.
44.
They will just try and maximise the way as possible, because the bottom line is you've got to just think of yourself.
$58.
Yeah, so Kev just looking to tee something up. Again, pulling into that treble
59.
seven. Seen that a few times
Reach to
from
require
Kev.
138. $98. Kevin, you
Well,
require
Left
120.
one. Kevin Dowling had 115. We felt like a real big finish would get him going. He had the opportunity there in the 120 and just couldn't do it. Now we're moments away from Reece Collie reaching 10 points.
80. Reach to require 40. Game, shot, and
Yeah,
the
and
match.
you can just see that
Reece
pure
Collie.
relief. Little shake of the head from both of them, but it's the result that matters, and it's 4-1 to Reece Collie over Kev Dowling, and that does see him move on to 10 points. He is in second place, just behind Justin Hurd. And yeah, the stats do tell a bit of a story, but as I say, the main result is that 4-1 win. And coming up next, we've got Michael Huntley versus Mario Robb.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's Group C day, and each of the players have played one game each, with Reece Collie just playing his second game there to finally get to that 10 points. At the beginning of play today, there was a real separation between the 6 players. 3 players sat really pretty on 8 points, but only Justin Hurd has kept that run going. It's a difficult start for Reece Collie, despite the fact he just won a game against Kevin Dowling, and for Martin Asby had a disastrous start against Mario Robb. But these 2 players were sat on 2 points overnight, but both have opened up with a victory. Now, it seemed very unlikely at the beginning of the day that one of these players could qualify. However, if they do go through the card and other results go their way, so
First
a
leg,
chance
it's
and a
Michael
win
to throw
here would
first.
just give them a
Game
fair
on.
chance. And it will be refereed by Charlie Costafine. But Mike Huntley just looked really impressive in his first game against Reece Collie, Laura. And can he do that again? Because he's flattered to deceive at times this week. He's put a good game in. You'd expect more from him.
80.
And then he's disappointed.
Yeah, it's just not been his week, has it? And I think because we've seen him and what he's done at the ADC, what he's been doing at the seniors, is obviously, you know, ranked at the top of the seniors.
140.
We kind of expected that to transfer over here, and just unfortunately for Mike this week, it just hasn't. As you say, up to this point today, has had the best average of
60.
the day. And based on what we've seen, that was unexpected.
It's a really tough one to call,
100.
Laura. Head-to-head, as we stated. They played 4 times this week and 2-2. So I guess there's some bragging rights in this game, but just the main thing being that faint chance. And I highlight the word
100.
faint word for automatic qualification today, but they would be sat on 6 points, and you know, games coming up after this as well. So still something for them to play for. The pair of them look really good today. And Mario, I
140.
continue to scratch my head because yesterday, look, without being too, unless I can find a better word, he disappointed me. Expected more from him and was disappointed in him. And once again, he's come out today and providing the darts he did on Wednesday.
57.
It's interesting, isn't it? And
Mary required 121.
I guess it can come back to the fact of what we were talking about earlier. You know, are you more relaxed because your opportunity's almost gone?
A double 16. That's
Game
a
shot in
stunner.
the first leg.
That's
Mario
a fantastic
Rob.
finish of Mario Rob. And that's a 12 darter to boot. What a wonderful start the day Mario Rob is having.
Yeah, it's funny,
Second
isn't
leg,
it?
it's
Mario
Mario
hit
to
that
throw
167,
first.
but
Game
I
on.
actually think that is almost a nicer finish. It's
Yeah,
not. Sorry, I was going to say it's not straightforward. It's all using all across the board.
43.
It's a beautiful finish. Yeah, bullseye, treble 13, double 16. You're absolutely right. And you're manoeuvring from the centre to the right, to the left. And I don't know, it just feels better than treble 20, 11. But I don't know. Yeah, it's one
99.
of them ones where you then turn around to the crowd. But Mario will be disappointed with that 43 set. But he's back in again, Laura.
100.
Yeah, you said it before. It's which version of Mario turns up, and I think this is one that's perhaps a bit more comfortable in the rhythm of his throw, a bit more relaxed, producing
100.
much better things.
Yeah, it's a lot more fluid. The rhythm's much better for. It was roundabout now yesterday where he was really going through a trial and error, and like I said, playing at a ridiculous
36.
pace, which didn't suit his game. As good as it was in his last 9 dart scores of 43 and 36, just, you know, for me, if you want him, he's gone to Q school this year. I think a lot of
79.
the players I've seen this week, at moments they've been brilliant, but just lacking that longevity of consistency over a period of time. And from a 12 darter to after 9 darts, still being in the 300s, that's the areas that these guys need to improve, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with something like Q score, it's absolutely brutal. It's and the best players do come through at the end,
99.
but you do feel sometimes there's a bit of a luck of the draw as well. We've seen some really tough clashes there.
$82. Michael, you require 124.
Yeah, good first start. Oh, just scrapes in the 14, leaves the ball.
88.
Well, a bit of a happy
Mario, you
accident.
require
Because the bullseye
140.
did scrape into the 14 to leave double 18, one of the favoured doubles. Mario can't check out.
54. Michael, you require 36. Game shot on the second leg. Michael Huntley.
Nice and assured, nice and solid. The darts going in with real aplomb. Yeah, where have
Third leg,
these
it's
darts
Michael
been?
to
They'll be
throw
thinking.
first.
I think a lot of the
Game
damage,
on.
Laura, was done yesterday, and just maybe left just too much too little too late.
Yeah, agreed. And a little bit of frustration there, I think, from Mario. Just got that early opening breaker throw, which he does need if he's going to beat Mike. And Mike just breaks straight back.
$45. $100.
Yeah, steady stuff. Steady from both of them. But Mario blitzed that opening leg. And again, that's something we've seen from him. He has that kind of explosiveness
60.
over a leg or two and then can quite easily drop off. And that throws back to what you're saying. It's all well and good hitting a good 12, 13, 14 data, but you need to back it up.
Yeah, and I seen that in Dan Lowby last night as well. Just maybe at a higher level.
131.
Lowby, but an area of the game that must frustrate Dan because he went 2-0 down in one game, and in a space of 1 minute and 43 seconds, he was 2-2. He just has that
55.
explosiveness which Mario demonstrated in the first leg there. But at the moment, it's Mike Huntley who's beginning to do the damage. He could stay there because it's such a good marker, but lots of players would have used the 19s or the second and third
60.
dart. Yeah, when I see 3-4-1, it's the perfect 6-darter, isn't it? The 180, 161.
41. Michael, you require 110.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mario, couldn't put those kind of inroads into that score. So 110 here for Huntley.
$53. Not too bad with the treble 5. It does leave a 2-darter in the end, I think. When he has a little look there, be satisfied with that.
100.
Probably already thinking of the next leg. But Mike Huntley,
57.
big 17.
Game shot on the third leg.
that classic.
Michael Huntley.
Camera angle we see of how flat the dart is for Mike Huntley. He's one of them ones you get players, as we say, where they're
Fourth leg,
very
it's Mario to
traditional, where
throw
the dart
first.
sits up.
Game on.
And we use that term, the understacker, where people usually hold the real bottom or even the point of a dart. Whereas Mike Huntley's, his darts sit really, really
100.
flat.
$125.
About now, Laura, when you start looking at the next game, Justin Hood against Martin Adams, that we start looking at all the permutations. And the first one's come out already. Kevin Dowling can definitely not qualify from Group
60.
C. And if he does know that, will it help him relax? And will we see the best of Kevin in his final 3 games?
It's hard to know, isn't it? Because I don't necessarily think that Kev's one of those players
85.
that is overly stressed about a situation. You know, in darts, he just enjoys playing and just feels like he's just not comfortable in his technique at the moment.
140. $140.
This is an enjoyable match. Like I said, it's the 5th time they've played each other. Really got to know each other's games. I'm sure they've got to know each other in the players area now. And
90.
I'm actually
Mark, you
enjoying this
require
game between them. It
151.
doesn't sense like there's an awful lot on it. And I just think they're both enjoying the situation, and that's unlucky.
41. Mario, you
And I
require
think for me,
111.
when we've seen players struggle and haven't actually kind of reached the potential that we expect them to hit, it's nice to see them come out and showcase what they can do.
Yeah, and I'm a misery gut to think, why didn't they do this yesterday? And look, I know we all have bad days and whatever, but it's just sometimes the way,
71.
the behaviours that...
Michael, you require 110.
Yeah, maybe I'm just being a bit too harsh, but Michael Huntley, the very likeable Welshman. This is for a 3-1 lead. Can't be done. It's looking good for 2-2.
Yeah, hindsight is a wonderful thing. And if we could bottle how we feel at the moment where we're playing well, it would be worth an absolute fortune. But sometimes there's just no rhyme or reason.
78. Mario, you require 40.
Yep, you're either a tops man or a double 16. Well, we've got an opportunity for both finishes here for the guys. Double 10 for Mario now. Big dart in this match.
20. Michael, you require 32.
And if Mike takes this leg, it really does change the configuration of the
Game
match,
shot
and
on
he
the fourth
does.
lay.
And
Michael
from
Huntley.
An opportunity there for Mario to make it 2-0. It's now 3-1, and Mike's one leg away from the match.
Yeah, fine margins.
Fifth leg,
Best
it's
of
Michael
7.
to throw first.
So close there, but
Game
Mario
on.
being a 2-2. And now 3-1 down. Yeah, you don't need me to tell you how he's feeling right now. I'll tell you what, Laura,
180.
imagine if Mike Huntley qualified from this group. Would I have egg on my face?
I think we all would. I mean, I know just statistically,
61.
nothing's impossible, but there's a lot of results that have to go his way for that to happen, and that includes going through the card for Mike Huntley.
Well, he's got a good break after this. A good hour where he can go back and
91.
just plan his attack for his final 3 games. So it feels like the timetable's gone well for Mike. He has to get over the line here, but you know, he's putting on his best performance of the week so far.
41.
And I think that 78 there for Mario just shows the drop off, because that opening leg was absolutely stunning and had him well
140.
over 100. It's around 120 for the leg.
Well, good on you, Mike Huntley, because now we're in the realms of one of the best games that we did see a
55.
98.18
Michael,
from
you
Robert
require
Thornton last
90.
night. I don't think you can pepper that. But he's 90 points away from a very, very nice victory. 72 left, so options. So a big 20. Don't bust it again.
50.
Yeah, sensible play, and really did make sure. And as I say, just more disappointment for Mario, just not able to back up the opening leg.
100. Michael, you require 40. Game,
A very
shot,
highly
and the match.
commended
Michael
performance of Mike
Huntley.
Huntley there. He's 2 wins out of 2 today. The improbable, sort of almost impossible task of qualification, but he's still up and running. And the fist bump, because he's had 4 days of real heartache, and he's just beginning to show signs of why he had all these hopes when he arrived here on Monday. 93.28 average, superb on the outer ring. Fair play to Michael Huntley, as a real heavyweight clash is up next. Don't miss this one. It's Justin Hood against Martin Adams. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. A really important part of this Group C campaign. Two of the real top dogs in this one. Overnight, they were joint leaders on 8 points, but the man throwing darts, Justin Hood, he did what he needed to do in his first game. He wanted to move to 10 points, where Martin Adams had a real stinker, to be fair. Totally out of character. Expected a little bit more from him. But one thing about Martin Adams, you never write him off. And
First leg, it's Justin to throw first.
Just sense
Game
it's more
on.
of a must-win for Martin Adams than Justin Hood. And you also feel for Justin, he can turn it on when he wants to. So it's a tough one to call, but you'd have to fancy this man in your picture.
Yeah, I agree with
180.
everything you say there. I think Justin's really got a good chance, I think, today of going through that card. And a loss here for Martin Adams would then clearly put him 2 points behind
41.
Reece Collie in second place, but may also give Mike Huntley an opportunity to close the gap even more.
Yeah, Michael Huntley's next game
96.
is against Martin Adams.
Oh, it's getting interesting, isn't it? We don't mean to overload each game, but I do. They do hold so much weight at the moment.
121.
Yes, we've got a team working on all the results, the permutations, what could happen. But as a comment, I get these two big screens in front of me, and you do eye up a couple of big clashes coming up. But it's all about the here and now, and Justin Hood is doing exactly what he needed to do so far. It's a lovely start to this leg.
134. Justin, you require
finish for a
85.
beautiful start.
Game shot on the first
What
leg.
a start from Justin Hood. That's the statement we've been waiting for. And once again, you just sense that when he wants to do it, he
Second
can.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Rice smile and a bit of congratulations there for Martin Adams. Not a great deal more he could have done about that leg.
59.
Yeah, it was a case of why always against me. It was something Wolfie said to me on Tuesday when players seemed to be playing well against him. I just sensed that's what he was thinking. You didn't play like this in the first game, Justin, he said.
140.
Well, it's interesting. If you go back to the group stages, Martin really did struggle, especially at the doubling end. And yesterday it all seemed to come together a bit
68.
better. Got afforded maybe a few more opportunities, which he took. But today just has not found that scoring power. And I'll be honest, he's going to need it against this man here.
Yeah, and he's rubbing that elbow
58.
area, because one thing myself and Laura will mention this morning is one area that of concern for me is he's now on the 5th day of playing. And, you know, I know for a fact that just playing 2-3 days on a spin, it does take
85.
its toll. And Martin's just beginning to rub that area of the elbow there, so we'll keep an eye on that.
$71.
Yeah, we know he's still got that ability, Martin Adams, but as you say, it is a grueling week.
100.
There are a lot of matches played, and there's even more matches played in Group C than Group B, so always playing the maximum amount.
57.
Yep, when you're 20-year-old, you think this is excellent match practice, but it's something to take into consideration. Not that he'll use it as any excuse, because now another treble would be nice.
100.
89 points away from 1-1.
$57. Martin, you require 89.
Well, the match between these two did go all the way yesterday. It's 4-3 in favour of Justin Hood.
31. Justin, you require 118.
He'll stay there. Can't be done. Chance for Adams, so 1-1.
58. Martin, you require 58.
For a level match.
Game shot the second
Yeah,
leg.
and that was
Martin
a well-thrown
Adams.
dart. And we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was a stunning start from Justin Hood and a surprising second leg.
57.
You can just see him closing his eyes there thinking, where's them darts gone from leg one? And one thing you need to take into consideration as well with Martin Adams is that his tenacity, his fight, his ability to win games
95.
when others can't. Learning to win with your B game as well. And they're the things that are in favour for him. I do feel that Justin has the skills, the attributes to
100.
really kick on today. That's why it's such a fascinating match player to, to decide who's going to win.
$38.
Yeah, interestingly, a win for Martin Adams would put the top three once again, all playing equal amount of games, all on an equal amount of
39.
points. And then again, you're looking at leg difference and that 4-0 loss that Martin Adams suffered earlier on this afternoon. That could make a big difference.
$77. $58.
Yeah, Justin Hood. See, after that wonderful opening leg, a bit like Mario in the game earlier on against Martin Adams, just
140.
cannot find it.
Yeah, and that's music to Martin's ears, to be fair. He's come right back into this game. When you see an 11 dart done against you, you just think that you're
Martin, you require
walking into the A
151.
game of Justin Hood, but Martin Adams will stay there. It's a good marker. And he'll go to the treble 13 bed. And he's then sent to his opponent.
84. Justin, you require
Can you check out
107.
the 107? You'll start downstairs.
$83.
Yeah, good last.
Martin, you require 67.
This is a doable opportunity here for Martin Adams.
Yes, you felt it's a 50-50, but all of a sudden now he's up against it because that treble 2 is not where he wanted to be. He's going to need a bull if he's going to lead this match.
42. Justin, you require 24. $12. Martin, you require 25.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Glenn, but I don't think Martin would have been thinking he was going back to the hockey.
It's just been one of those weeks with like a tale of missed opportunities on the doubles. Maybe the winner this week is the
Game shot
player
on the third leg.
that can
Martin
do that.
Adams.
And just a little shrug of a shoulder, thinking, "Yeah, didn't expect to be back, but you give me a chance, so I'll do what I do, and I'll hit that double 4." Surprisingly, Adams leads
Fourth leg, it's
2-1,
Martin to
and
throw
I use the word
first.
surprisingly
Game
because
on.
the opening leg of this match, Justin Hood smashed in an 11 darter.
And I'm interested to see now how Justin comes back, because we have mentioned it already today and we did see it yesterday.
100.
That sometimes when he does have that disappointment, he really does rally and comes back strong.
$140.
And don't forget you can join us on social media at MSS Darts. We're happy to talk anything darts at the moment. We are just a day away from Saturday night's finals night and just 8 days away
45.
for Champions Week and crowning another winner. Or will it be another win for Cohen and Whitehead? They're the questions to be asked next week. I might put you on the spot now, Laura. Who do you fancy to win it next week?
177.
I find it very difficult to overlook Daryl Pilgrim. I think there's some real quality in there, but I just like what I've seen from Daryl, both here at the Super Series, but also away from that and on the Players Championships, local leagues, ADC, all sorts of things.
100.
He's doing good things, but Conan as well. He's a proven winner. There's some other names in there that I think could act as spoilers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the groups. I think you can pretty much say Darrell Pilgrim will be in Group A because of his average. It was staggering the week he won it. But that's one thing I like to see, and have a little look at the group before, and maybe look at someone as more of an outsider, like Rob Grundy from our
96.
area. I think he'll take some beating.
Justin, you require 50.
Justin Hood, can he get his second 11 dart of the match? $12 will do.
18. Martin, you require 160.
Something special from Wolfie, maybe?
Yeah, and he's a bit unlucky there. They're two well-thrown darts. Just
95.
Finds
Justin,
it
you
in the
require
end, but
32.
this for 2-all.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Again, another cracking angle
Hood.
where you can see where you use that first dart and double 16. Just kisses off that tungsten of the first dart.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to
And
throw
nothing
first.
to separate these two.
Game
We
on.
have parity. Real heavyweight clash, a real importance to the winner of this one, I believe. I feel if Justin Hood gets over the line in this one, I think he'll
57.
create some daylight and maybe go on to do what he promised yesterday and run through the card, whereas when Martin Adams wins, we've got 3 players then sat on 10 points and we're none the wiser. The 2 qualify, so all to play for, Laura.
85.
It really is. And Justin Hood just kind of proven that point that I made earlier, that when he does come up against it and when he misses those opportunities, he does really rally and come back quite strongly. And
100.
came back there with a 14 dart leg.
$125.
I just felt that was begging to max that first one. Just
100.
sat beautifully in the bed. I mean, players these days, Laura, are so good. Not only do they want a treble 20, but these elite players, there's certain areas when you know when they hit that spot with the first dart, the others are coming. Classic Dirk van Duivenbode.
100.
He just has one area, that treble 20, and you know the next 2 are coming.
Yeah, and I think that's one just as you were describing there, Glenn.
138.
As if I knew it was coming, but the second dart, just the angle of it. So quite this match is in the balance and needs at least a treble for Martin.
$140.
Only one but 2.
Justin,
Let
you
me tell you,
require
they were
106.
superb darts. These are big moments for Justin Hood. He needs a treble 18. He's got the treble 18 for double 16.
Game
What
shot on
a
the
finish
fifth
that
leg.
is.
Justin
Hood. Martin Adams is right behind you. He will be sick as a chip as that double 16 went in. He might be joking and laughing away there, but that is some finish there from Justin Hood. The pressure he was under, that's
Sixth
what
leg,
I
it's Martin
believe
to
he can
throw
do.
first.
I just want to see it more often.
Game on.
You just say that is a huge moment, especially when your opponent sat there nice and tidy on a double. I
100.
think the finish was just for the holder throw, but such an important holder throw.
$140.
Is Martin
125.
playing a little bit quicker, Laura, or is it me?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is. He's
99.
got that focus that I think he really does need. Sometimes it's a bit lax, but yeah, he's following. You can just see there again that bended hand that we've seen where he knows that he's just not released it quite at the right time or in the right position.
43.
He always tries to bend it afterwards because he knows it's gone wrong.
Don't go there. You'll end up like a geek like me. You'll start studying throws and going back to old videos and watching things. I even watched a Mario Rob video from when he played at Lakeside in 2007 to see the
56.
difference of his throw now. I'm going mad.
Going. Yeah, no, I'm not quite there yet when it comes to throws and techniques, but it is interesting
89.
because, especially as I play still myself, I can feel myself do it, but obviously you don't get to see yourself.
When everything works in tandem, you think, oh, that's exactly how I want to throw a dart. And you go back to the next one.
134. Martin, you require
I know
144.
I want to throw a dart. I just can't. Martin knows where 144 is, but he can't. Chance for Justin Hood to take a very, very important 2 points.
Justin, you require 72.
Looking for another 16. Which leaves him tops for the match.
32.
Yeah, misses
Martin, you require
by the narrowest
16.
of margins. So Martin Adams back for double 8.
Game shot on the 6th, though.
Yeah, and
Martin
just like
Adams.
yesterday, we do go to 3 apiece. Honours went to Justin Hood yesterday, who does have the darts, but
7th and
Can
final leg.
Wolfie
It's Justin
Adams
to
find
throw
a way?
first. Game on.
Well, he started this match absolutely superbly, Justin. Can he finish it? He's got the dart, which is very important in these big clashes between the players.
93.
It's a really, really important treble 18. So that's what the minimum that you want. You want a 1 treble visit in the last leg of a decider, especially when you've got the dart. And what you're saying to Martin, well, you've got to get 1 treble, Martin. Or 2 would give you the advantage.
140.
Advantage Adams.
$98.
again, like you said, just got the 1 treble, but Martin can find another 1 or 2. It's now you can just see a couple away with throws.
68.
Back to even keel.
Yeah, nothing to separate. 20 points. Justin's got the dart. You've got to make him a favourite.
$44.
You just think Justin's the favourite, then Martin's the favourite.
Yeah, one of those games
60.
really has been nipped up back and forth. And even at the closing stages. Any idea who's winning this, Glenn?
Honestly, if you'd have asked me, well, I'll say Justin Hood after that dart. I'll do a Scott Mitchell.
125.
Yeah, I like going on the 19s on 2-3-3. But Martin, like you said,
85.
Yeah, very
Justin
rarely
required
deviates from that treble
141.
20 bed. On treble 19. Yeah, not going to go.
94. Martin, you
well,
require
it might take something
148.
special today for qualification, and this would be very, very special. It's not to beat. Justin Hood started this match absolutely superb. Can he finish
45.
with real calmness and coolness
Justin,
to
you
be the
require
first player to go
47.
to 12 points?
Needs double 16.
Game,
Yeah,
shot,
and finds
the
it.
match.
First
Justin
start of
Hood.
asking, and honours go the way of Justin Hood once again, who beats Martin Adams 4-3. That victory for Justin Hood sees him clearly sat on top of the table on 12 points, and your averages there, you can see Justin Hood finished with a 91.76, 36% on his doubles, and that highest checkout at such a critical time of 106. And we can go up to the balcony with Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Right, we are 6 games down, 2 rounds down for our day. Glenn Dunn alongside me up here on the balcony. Well, we said that the first couple of rounds could be oh so pivotal in determining days, and well, it's those at the bottom that have kind of caused the issues for those at the top.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm really happy for Mike Huntley first of all. He's had a really difficult week so far, but he'd be frustrated that he's saving his best till the very end. But yeah, it's been a great start by him and a frustrating start for a couple of the leaders at the top, whereas Justin Hood has just quietly but effectively got on with the job.
We'll talk about Justin in a second, but I do want to talk about Mike because we see some fantastic stuff from him on the floor events, particularly in the ADC. He won one of the Open Series to get here and on the Seniors Tour. But we've seen glimpses of it, but maybe not to the levels on this stage that perhaps we see it as much on the floor.
It's not necessarily the darts that's disappointed me this week with him. It's been his demeanour. He's just given off too much negativity for me. The head shake, and even when he was winning legs, he was shaking like because maybe his opponents misstarted a double. But I have a feeling that he looks back at the games as well, and he'll probably realise that the darts were there as he's demonstrating today. It's just maybe he has to have a closer look at himself.
Justin Hood, is it a case of the class and the cream rising to the top a bit?
I think so, but I still think he's only in third gear and maybe he's saving his best for Saturday night. He just seems to do what he needs to do at the right time, but he can just throw in an 11 dart at any point, whatsoever. And he is the class act. I'm a big fan of Justin Hood, and I still think there's an awful lot more to come from him. It's just how much he wants it. Because he's such a laid-back character, it's difficult, but that 106 was an absolute beauty.
Timing as well. Adams on 51.
Yeah, and seeing out the game here, Martin on 103 was desperate for the win there. Super solid in the end. And you can see Martin's response there, not being the day so far for the Wolfie.
No, it hasn't. Right, let's have a quick... Let's have a quick check of the table. We will get there, Glenn. We will get there. Right, this is the table after 2 rounds of matches for everyone. Justin Hood on 12 points. Reece Collie down on 10. Martin Adams on 8. That is how it occupies itself. And we're going to resume the action after 3 o'clock here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel. We'll see you then. Good afternoon, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. Friday afternoon means the culmination of Group C. We've already played 6 games so far this afternoon, so 2 rounds have come by to buy. This is what we've seen thus far. We had 3 leaders at the beginning of the day. At the beginning of it, Reece Collie, well, he's wobbled. He lost the first game to Mike Huntley. He recovered by beating Kevin Dowling. As far as Justin Hood's concerned, though, 2 wins from 2 as far as he's concerned. The other player in that quagmire is Martin Adams, but he's lost both of his opening 2 matches so far. So that is what we have seen, and this is how the table looks as a consequence of it, because at the top of the pile is Justin Hood. He has a 2-point buffer over Reece Collie in second, who in turn has a 2-point buffer over Martin Adams. As you can see, it's very formulaic as far as that table is concerned at this moment in time. So that is what we've seen. What's coming up now for us, as you saw there, is Mario Robb against Kevin Dowling, the 2 players at the bottom of the table. In commentary this afternoon, it's a very good afternoon to Laura Turner and Glenn Dowett.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry, and good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's been a funny old day so far, but one person who'll be very, very happy the way the proceedings have gone is Justin Hood. He was on 8 points overnight at the beginning of yesterday. He was the favourite to top this group, and he's just beginning to show signs that he did promise us 5 out of 5 today, and he's won 2 out of 2 so far. Reece Collie had a little bit of a wobble in his first game, but has picked up a victory, so he sat pretty in second place. It's Martin Adams where it hasn't gone very well so far. And speaking about not going so well, the man in your picture, Kevin Dowling's had a bit of a disaster yesterday. He opened up with a victory in his first game, but since then it's gone pretty downhill, and today has not gone his way. He's such a gent, he's not going to complain about it. But this man, Mario Robb, I've just seen him as we've walked through the players area, and he said, Glenn, I'm like a roller coaster. He said, I'm going up, I'm going down. He said, I've got so many ups and downs this week, I'm not really even sure where my game is. But that's the situation, and for Kev, he just needs something. He can't qualify now.
First leg, it's Mario to throw first.
Beat referee
Game
by
on.
Charlie Costafine, and I am joined in the commentary box by Laura Turner. And Laura, look, we're both feeling for Kevin Dowling. Do you think this is the kind of game where, if he is going to win one, this is it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we did see some signs of Kev in that last match. Had a
31.
really good 115 checkout, but just needs more of that, and just worried slightly, lacking that consistency that he mentioned to you, but kind of floating into the 5s, floating into the
100.
1s. I think that for him, that's the steady start. That's where he's going to have to focus, just keeping them straight and then keeping them in and around that treble 20 bed.
Yeah, I used to have a philosophy when I was playing, or just do
60.
that. Exactly what Mario's done. Start with a 60, then try and turn that into 100, then try and turn it into 140. But listen, in a best of 7 game, you don't have that luxury of what to happen. And maybe the priority,
41.
as Kev hits the 1 there, was, look, I'm going to test my game here and how straight I am. Because one of the lines he wrote to me prior to the competition in preparation of some of the research we were doing, he said, Glenn, when I'm
83.
straight, I'm good. But I've got too many 5s and too many 1s in my game for my liking. And that's pretty much summed his week up, isn't it?
Yeah, it really, really has.
54.
And I know we talk about permutations and other bits and pieces, and the feeling of it's going to be difficult,
100.
obviously impossible for Kev and very difficult for Mario, if not impossible, but this is a must-win for Mario.
Yeah, lots of sort of calculations going on here with the team as well. We'll keep it updated, and we've got an in-play table as well,
44.
which will show throughout. It was a big win for Mario against Kev yesterday, with 4-0 victory. It was his best average of the day. He'll fancy his chances. He's gone into this match as favourite.
45.
But the pair of them, once again, are really, really struggling. You may see Kev go downstairs on. There's one treble here. Would leave a finish. Well, the plan was to stay there, Kev. No point changing now.
$133.
Yeah, we saw him switch in the opening match using the 19s. And I know you were mentioning, obviously, if you see your opponent do that, it does give you that kind of extra bit of buzz, that extra impetus, because you know your opponent's struggling.
140. Kevin,
He
you
is
require
hitting them better than he is at the top of
129.
the board.
$54. Mario, you require 42.
So this is where you can decide on what your go-to double is. It's usually double 16. It is the case again for Mario.
Game shot on the first leg. Mario Rob.
Yeah, that's an element of Mario's game that has really carried him through some of these matches, especially on Wednesday. Just that ability
Second
that
leg,
when
it's
he
Kevin
does
to
get
throw
that
first.
opportunity,
Game
he
on.
tends to take it.
Yeah, his Group A campaign, his averages on the doubles were over 40%.
44.
Alongside his Wednesday performances, his real successes, it just wasn't scoring enough to get down to the doubles being the problem. In fact, he had less than 100 darts over 3 days at a double, but
135.
it got to a stage where he just knew the confidence would go higher when he was left with any sort of finish. Well, that sort of deserted him yesterday. He showed signs today. He opened up quite nicely with a big 4-0 victory over Martin Adams, but then flattered to deceive once again against
70.
Mike Huntley. So once again, that roller coaster that he talked about as he spoke to me, the ups and the downs, that's been pretty typical of his day, his week, and his experience here at the MODUS Super Series.
100. $100.
Yeah, good last there for Kev Dowling, but Mario in control, you feel, in this second leg. And
$58.
Yeah, and if you're seeing Mario Rob for the first time, Mario was a very important part of that Dutch invasion in the mid-2000s, around about 2007 and 8. He was arguably at his best. He was representing his country, played at the World Championships at Lakeside, just falling short in the first round in each of them games. So looking at his social media, he's calling this the comeback is on. He wants to get back to where he once was. He's playing in an incredible Super League team.
41.
Some names that you'll recognise, including my good friend Jermaine Watamina. However, I think this week he'll probably give himself maybe 4 out of 10, but maybe 7 out of 10 on his finishing. But
140.
something to work on. You can't buy this experience, Laura.
167.
no, and that's it. It really does show you where you actually are, probably in your game.
100. Kevin, you require 110.
A strange decision on the last start there. Treble 17 was the shot. And if Kevin is the first time you're seeing Kevin, one word: gentleman.
78.
Yeah, after the
Mario
disappointment of
requires
hitting that 5,
67.
did very well to leave himself on a double, but 67 here for Mario would see him stretch his lead to 2-0. Needs double 8, and he
Game
is
shot
deadly
the
on that
second
side of the
leg.
board.
Mario Rob.
And you just sense that because of the opponent. Because when you're bottom of the table, nothing goes right for you. People suddenly start to check out. And
Third leg, it's Mario to
from
throw
Mario
first.
again is
Game
typical of the
on.
type of week we've been talking about him. Feast or famine.
100.
Say yesterday, arguably one of his best matches, where he did take that 3-0 lead over Martin Adams. Got his revenge on him today because he lost yesterday 4-3, but there were just moments of absolute brilliance from Rob.
70.
Just completely came out like a train, and although not quite at that level yet, you can see those signs of how well he can play when he gets it all together, gets the rhythm right.
100.
I also think he's a decent front runner as well. That some of the best games he's had this week is when he's gone 1-0 or 2-0 up, and even in this leg already, albeit just 2 scores of 100, he just looks more settled.
95. 45.
Yeah, look, this game you'd argue is about who's going to finish in the bottom half of this table. The next game is one not to miss. Once again, Justin Hook can pretty much tee himself qualification, put himself in an unbelievable position. But fair play to Kev Dowling. It is a lonely place up there when you're not doing your best, and that 180 is one of the few highlights so far.
100. Kevin, you require 156.
Well, it's given him the advantage, and another one of those. No panic.
140.
Yeah, that's a great couple of visits there from Kev Dowling. 180, 140, leaving himself on 16 after 12.
Well, I fancied that from Mario. Oh, I thought you'd actually thrown that.
116. Kevin, you require 16.
Yeah, I thought he'd thrown it too, but thought better of it and did well to leave himself on tops.
Game shot on the third
yeah,
leg.
but all academic.
Kevin Dowling.
Kev Dowling takes the darts back, and we are now at 2-1. And that leg there really has
Fourth
pulled
leg, it's Kevin
Kev's
to throw
average up
first.
to 83,
Game
84
on.
for Mario. Not much between them, other than that's 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, the doubling's been good in this one. 2 from 2 from Mario Rob. That's not for the first time this week. His doubles have been great, as we said, but for Kev Dowling, 50%, 1 from 2.
100.
They're beginning to find the treble 20, so warming up nicely this game.
$81. $97.
Yeah, good switch, good use of the 19s. And this is a much better passage of play from Kev Dowling.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same there. Didn't want to put the mockers on it
60.
too much with some of my prediction. We just all of a sudden is beginning to show some sort of form.
$60.
I have to say darts is strange in that way sometimes. You can be completely out of a match, 3-0 down, 4-0 down, head down, and then something
100.
can just change. And all of a sudden everything feels all nice and rosy again, and you can produce some really good legs, really good scores, but it is still a matter of stringing all that together to create a win, especially at this level.
Yeah, it just feels it's
100.
a lot slower pace. We witnessed something again with one of our very quick plays in Group B yesterday. 2-0 down, and then literally within a couple of minutes you look at the scores 2-2, whereas it takes Kevin a long time from 2-0 down to get to 2-2.
45. Kevin,
He's
you
in a good
require
position. He's got
144.
144 points to do exactly that.
$78. $96. Kevin, you require 66.
Yeah, the 119's always a toughie, but will he be back? 66. And it's tops for Dowling for 2-2.
27.
Yeah,
Mario
that
require
really was a wild one.
119.
So I've seen some big finishes from Mario this week.
You can still do it with 98 finished. 2 darts in your hand, so treble 20, double 19 will be the target.
Just working it out. 83 left.
56. Kevin, you require 39.
A couple of strange decisions so far this match from Mario, but
$7. Mario requires 63.
He should start the 13s. His go-to is double 16. This would be for a decisive lead, you feel.
31.
Chance for Dowling.
quite interesting in the background
Kevin
there. Kev had his back to the
32.
ball, couldn't watch. Just listening out to see if there was a game shot call.
Game shot on the
Yeah, it must
fourth
be like an
leg.
awful long
Kevin
time since
Dowling.
Kevin won his first game in this Group C campaign, his opening game against Mike Huntley.
Fifth leg, it's Mario
He's
to
put
throw
himself in a
first.
position. It's now a
Game
best
on.
of 3 contest, and for Mario, he has to just remember that he will have the dart in 2 of the last 3 legs if it goes the distance. And what you can do with your first 3 darts is really hurt your opponent.
140.
And that's like a kick to the stomach when you hear that, Scott.
And I found on occasion, just from watching Mario, he just get himself embroiled into these matches where perhaps
100.
you feel he's been the stronger player and doesn't necessarily need to. Misses at the wrong time, someone steps in, and again, we've seen it. I've seen it from him 2 or 3 times so far this week.
45.
But the result for Mario in most of those matches is it results in a loss for him.
Yeah, we could have a fantastic lineup of real informed
123.
players, legend of the game, the Queen of the Palace on Saturday night. But I think overall, my assessment from the first 5 days is a lot of inconsistency, and the one man who
95.
wasn't inconsistent is the man with his feet up in the hotel, David Evans, who won 14 out of his 15 games. He'll be getting himself prepared for tomorrow night. But too many players for me have showed a brilliance at times.
76.
A real mixed bag of underperforming in the middle there. Just maybe at times in Group B last night was the first time I've seen some real quality.
105.
Yeah, you do think whoever does join Dave Evans, if you were to step back and kind of just look at the stats on paper, you really would fancy your chances. As we said before, that finals night is just such a different
100.
feel. There's no more
Mario
second
required
chances.
$116.
There's no more real round robin stages. It's all or nothing on the night.
Yeah, Laura, it's definitely there to be won. Double 18 to lead 3-2.
98. Kevin, you require 102.
So he has an option on 82, a bullseye, a treble 14. I'm surprised at that after the first dart.
91. Mario, you require 18.
Yeah, I think these two just trying to confuse us. We think we know where they're going to go.
No score.
I think the pair of them said,
Kevin,
let's
you
go and
require
confuse
11.
those 2 commentators next door.
It's not hard, is it? Let's be honest.
That's a better dart than it looked. Right centre. Focus on the double 4. Just jittery and wobbly and trying to get
shot on
himself
the
up, but he
fifth
gets
leg.
there in the
Kevin
end, does
Dowling.
Kevin Dowling. Like I said, sometimes you forget that winning feeling. You forget how to get over that winning line. And it was
Sixth
round
leg, it's
about
Kevin
1
to
o'clock
throw
yesterday
first.
when he last
Game
won his
on.
previous game. But he's a leg away with the darts now for a good victory for Kev Down. By far his best performance of today.
50.
Like I said, we are looking at all the permutations, getting really tight at the top. But we did announce in the previous game that Kevin Dowling, even if a win in this
60.
game means he can't qualify. And for Mario Robb, if he does lose this game, he also will be saying goodbye to the MODUS Super Series in his campaign in Group C. He would not be able to qualify.
17.
Yeah, kept us a bit wayward again, and it was interesting just watching the reaction
100.
from Mario after going 3-2 down, shaking of the head. And again, it goes back to what we're saying. He does get himself embroiled in these matches where he creates opportunities and doesn't always take them.
42.
You're excited for the Middlesbrough Stoke game tomorrow? We're now only 24 hours away.
100.
I can't necessarily say that it's a top priority on my programme to watch tomorrow. You excited?
Well, we're 24 hours time, we're 20 minutes in. I reckon we'll be 1-0 up.
55.
Yeah, it's a totally different game to it was yesterday. It was a runaway victory for this man. He won this game 4-0.
57.
But Kevin, just when he really needed to, had the dart in this. Well, the scores are 50, 17, 42 and 55. Unfortunately, Kev don't cut it.
81.
Treble 20 just keeps him involved, but certainly advantage Rob in this leg.
Yeah, and that really is the advantage now.
140.
And again, can't necessarily say I would be going for a treble 20 on 64, but it's just attacking this match completely differently.
Go on, Kev.
140. Mario required 44.
For 3-3. And once again, just creeps in. That usually means the double goes.
Game
It's
shot on the
exactly the
sixth
case.
play.
The double goes.
Mario
Rob once again. When he sees a double, he just looks like a different player, Laura. If only he can get his power scoring
Seventh
going.
and final leg. It's
Could have
Mario
been a
to throw
danger
first.
this week.
Game
However,
on.
back to reality. Last leg shootout. And Mario, the fact he's got the darts, will that be the deciding factor?
60.
He also seems to be going through that phase where he's just thrown a little bit quicker now. But this man will not be rushed.
85.
No, it's a good sign of experience, isn't it? Where you have your rhythm, you have your pace, and you can keep to it. Because when we saw it yesterday with Dan Lauby, such a fast thrower, it's hard not to get wrapped up in that pace. Because by the
100.
time you've walked back from the oche, he's already finished.
$36. $140.
Better for Mario. 180 points ahead now. And once he got that winning feeling, Kevin, he could just see a potential 2 points.
81.
His scoring power absolutely deserted him right now. And it's Mario Robs to lose him here. 201 with a dart, 100 ahead.
65.
Yeah, you think this really has to be a 2, possibly 3 treble visit.
$59. Mario, you require 136.
Yeah, so this for the match, 136. Not going to go, so just looking to set something up.
60.
Kev just still trying to search out that treble 20 bed.
100.
Finds it last start
Mario
asking,
requires
but
76.
is it too little, too late?
Yeah, you get that feeling for Kev, don't you? You feel like he had his chance. And Mario, so good on the doubles usually.
40.
Just bends the
Kevin,
wire
you
there.
require 140.
Well, Kev, not an awful lot's gone right for you the past 2 days. This could be your moment. I built you up there, Kev Buttercup, and that's what you did to me.
28. Mario, you require 36.
The 36th for the match. Is that a guide?
Game,
Yes,
shot,
it is
and the
a
match.
great
Mario
guide there for
Rob.
Mario Rob, and valiant effort from Kev Dowling. Fought the whole way, but does lose 4-3 to Mario Rob. And again, when you talk about the stats and the averages, just under 80 for Mario Rob, 75, which is better there for Kev Dowling, 40% on doubles. And we have said before, Mario Rob is very strong on his doubles, but to join us after the break for an absolute cracker of a match between Reece Collie and Justin Hood.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Yeah, welcome back. We are at game number 8, but this one feels like a bit of a big one because we've got number 1, Justin Hood, and number 2 on the table, Reece Collie, against each other. And again, as this group starts to get to the final stages, we're really starting to see the table take shape, and this could be an absolutely blockbuster match. Don't know what you think, but I'm finding this one a bit tough to call.
Well, it was the tough one to call yesterday because it went the distance. It went to 4-3, and the man in your picture produced a really good performance, and it was the only defeat for Justin Hood yesterday. He'll want to, knowing the
first leg, it's Reece to throw
attitude
first.
of Justin, who got interviewed late last night and said, you know, I'm going to come back tomorrow, I'm going to win 5 out of 5. Well, I raised my eyebrows to that response, but so far so good for Justin. He has been one of the main protagonists in Martin Adams. Now he's up against a man where, yeah, I guess if he wins this game, he probably will then go on to 5 out of 5. He's shown glimpses of why
79.
He's highly rated. He showed glimpses of why he was the favourite going at this Group C. But I also get a sense he's still holding something back maybe for Saturday night. He has got an incredible A game. He makes the game look ridiculously easy at times, and
100.
And maybe just a little bit lethargic in his approach play and actually on the board. So I still think the best is still to come from Justin Hood, and it's 100. A testament to him that despite all that, he's still top of the group.
Yeah, we're going back to what you say. Just the opening leg, I suppose, springs to mind against Martin Adams in the match before, because out in 11 darts, but it's how he follows it up. And it's almost like he has to suffer some kind of setback, some kind of disappointment where he either misses an opportunity before he can then just raise that level once again.
Yeah, once again, that's a finish I'm beginning to learn on the 142, but it's starting on the 70, he's using the 25. Where very traditional here from Collie. He looks like he's got a real eye of the tiger there, real focus.
Justin requiring 96.
I think Reece Collie feels if I can get over the winning line against Justin Hood here, I'm going to qualify. That's what I'm sensing, Laura.
58.
You can just see the squint of the eye. 70. So means plenty to Justin. And Reece is going to get a dart at tops.
50. Justin, you require 38.
So for an early breaker throw,
game show on the first leg.
Gets the early breaker throw. And as you say, the action, when it works for Justin, which it does 9 times out of 10, it's just so smooth.
Second leg, it's like Justin to throw first.
Yeah, I guess for Mike Huntley and for Martin Adams, a win here for Justin won't be such a bad thing, because we get to that part of the day where we start looking at the in-play table. If Justin Hood was to go ahead and win this match, this is how the table will look. And with Martin Adams up next against Mike Huntley, who sat on 6 points underneath Martin, once again, that game next would be one to look forward to. However, if Reece could get over the line in this one, then himself
39.
And Justin Hood would be on 12 points. And I guess them two would be the big favourites then to see out this Group C campaign.
96.
You will say today, it's Mike Huntley's really put the cat amongst the pigeons, really, hasn't he? Didn't expect him to come through, but 2 out of 2 so far.
140.
He's just flexing his knuckles there, just making sure, because the wrist and fingers is where an awful lot of work's going on when you're throwing a dart.
180.
In the life of Justin Hood is the case. You can just see it's all about feel for him. Just look at the wrist and finger action there. Not an awful lot going on.
Reach your required 145.
Big score from Rhys Collie there. Just a reminder that I'm not out of this, he's saying.
130.
He opted to try for the 25 to leave tops, hit the ball, so 15 left.
30. Reach your required 15. No score.
Yeah, and that is the problem sometimes when we've probably all done it and we've seen players do it. When you hit that ball, coming back for 15 isn't always easy.
Well, when your opponent's on 2 or 4, then don't
Reach
go for the 25.
15.
There's other options on that 65. Treble 11 or treble 19 as he looks at double 2.
11.
Once again, that's just... I don't know if you're
Justin
seeing it like I'm
requires
seeing it, but it just
76.
feels a little bit snatchy on that point of release, where at his best yesterday, it just looked like real poetry in motion. This would hurt.
Game
That's
shot
what
on the
Justin
second
Hood
leg.
does.
Justin Hood.
That's why he's a real potential winner this week. And like I said, Justin Hood, even in Champions Week,
Third
would
leg,
be
it's
one of them
Reece to
names.
throw first.
Be good value for money. He's a decent outsider. He has them flashes of brilliance, and just trying to look at his game
93.
generally. I want to see it more often, Laura.
$75.
There's that front elevation that I always like about players. He's a
140.
nice tall lad is Reece, and he uses that. Whereas Justin, very upright. It's pretty much his nose is where his toes are. It's extremely upright
96.
and tall. Whereas you can see with Reece, his body, so his nose will be nowhere near the line of the toes there.
98.
Very rhythmical, that throw.
100.
Just sent
Reach
it's
your
like a
required
piece of string where when the
170.
first darts go, the rest are bum.
98.
Yeah, Reece once again putting himself in a very good position in this leg. Couldn't convert it last time. And messed around, hit the bullseye, left 15, bust, wasted some darts. Can't afford to do that
140.
again. 'Cause
Reach your
at
required
140 leaves Hood
72.
on 90.
Yeah, don't give Hood a chance, Reece. So smash this tops in.
52.
Goes low once again.
Justin, you require
You
90.
just sense that Justin's just mopping up the mistakes and Reece in this match.
$85. Reach your required 20.
Bit of a rare miss there for Hood, but 20 for Reece. Yeah. Felt that was in, but now is that a bit awkward, having to move across?
No score.
Yeah, it was, just
Justin,
could
you
not
require
find a way
5.
around, so Hood back for 5.
Game
Hoodwinked.
shot on the third leg. Justin
Exactly
Hood.
the situation right now, because Justin Hood, for majority of the scoring part of this game, has been second best.
Fourth leg, it's Justin
But
to
he's
throw
just
first. Game on.
Burgling legs from this man who was a wry smile on his face, but I think the realisation that his bigger games are still to come, Rhys Collie does
59.
have Mario Robb up next. But with Martin Adams lurking behind, if Martin Adams can get over the line against Michael Huntley, there'll be nervous times
81.
once again for Rhys Collie. We did say he's had an hour since his last game, and it would be a good time for him to sort of reevaluate what's going on. But this has not gone to plan, and Justin Hood is just beginning to show his absolute quality.
Yeah, and I think for me, the story of this match
44.
really is the checkouts. You can't afford to miss 7 opportunities against Justin Hood, and especially when he's working in at 3 out of 6 at 50%.
122.
I think someone said doubles for door once, didn't it?
60. Justin,
and
you
it's
require 140.
Never a truer sentence spoken, really.
74.
Yeah,
85.
a resigned look on
Justin
Reece Collie, a
requires
resigned
66.
last start. He just looks over to see that Justin Hood won 66. A big 9 for double 16. And it
Game,
was one-way
shot,
traffic in
and
the end
match.
for Justin Hood.
Justin
For
Hood.
Reece Collie, he had opportunities. He's got bigger matches to come as Reece Collie. He's got to go back and reevaluate, reset, and realise he's still very much in the mix. But Justin Hood looks absolutely fantastic at the moment. It's 3 wins out of 3 today for Justin Hood on the day where he promised us 5 out of 5. And once again, he was superb on the outer ring. Justin Hood is looking absolutely brilliant. Another very important game coming up next. Martin Wolfie Adams wants to get the winning ways against the unbeaten Michael Huntley.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Yeah, welcome back to game number 9. And I know we've said it a lot, Glenn, but I do tend to find that these games are getting more and more important. And this is another one. We've seen Mike Huntley go through so far, not losing a match. And Martin Wolfie Adams just seems to be struggling slightly. Hasn't been at his brilliant best today and struggling to get those points on the board. And you feel that he's going to need, I think for both of them, a win feels imperative if they are going to secure one of those top 2 spots.
Well, incredibly, even the 5th place Mario Robb can still mathematically qualify for automatic qualification. So it shows you how tight this group is. It would be an incredible story if this man did qualify. We said it was virtually impossible as he walked in the building today. He's had 4 days of pure disappointment.
It's Martin to throw first.
I say pure disappointment
Game
because
on.
he actually came in probably the best form he's wanted to come to a MODUS Super Series. It just hasn't worked. And he has had 2 wins today out of 2. This is the 5th time they've played each other this week as well. But I think it's more important for this man, Martin Wolfie Adams. He's had the day that he didn't want to happen. He's played 2, lost 2, and he's just a little bit detached. However, that defeat there from Reece Collie by Justin Hood just brings Martin Adams back into it. And a Martin Adams win here then takes him on to 10 points. And a win, and a convincing win, means he would then take over Reece Collie. So the carrot is there. Can he actually execute and
60.
deliver a win over the impressive Huntley today?
I don't know what you think. I don't know what the catalyst is for Mike to come back into this very last day and play some of his best starts of the week, but maybe playing with a little bit more freedom, perhaps thought his chances are gone. And it'll be interesting to see if he wins here
95.
and then does win again, how he copes when if he does carve out this opportunity to actually take one of the top spots. I know a lot of things have still got to go in his way, but
Yeah, and guess who he's got next, Laura?
131.
He's got Justin Hood after this, so it's not going to get any easy. He's the form man right now, and probably Justin walks into that one thinking if to guarantee qualification, so you might even have him at the wrong time as well. So lots of if, buts and maybes.
85.
Stick with
Michael,
us.
you
Give us your
require
thoughts. Don't forget we're on
130.
social media at MSS Darts. Lots of darts going on. We're going through the busiest period in the darting calendar. And while you've got the pair of us here this week, we're happy to discuss
58.
or answer anything. So give us a follow and stay with us. Who do you think's going to win this game for starters?
Yeah, 100.
Bullseye was a good shot
Michael,
on that last start there.
72.
Just to leave the two darter. It's 72. He looks like he's going very simple. So what he's saying to himself, I'm going to back myself that I can hit double 16 with one dart.
40. Martin, you require 101.
Yeah. Look for treble 19.
69.
Yeah, sets it up, but a good
Michael,
chance
you
here for
require
Huntley.
32.
It is nice to see Mike playing like this. I did walk through the area and said, Mike, there's the first smile I've seen from you all week. Well, it'll be smiling if this double 8 goes in.
Game shot on the first
This
leg.
looks like a different
Michael
player. He's
Huntley.
rejuvenate, whatever he's done overnight.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game
I
on.
guess all the players are watching these games. The permutations are reducing all the time, but one we can guarantee is a win here for Michael Huntley. That would guarantee automatic qualification for Justin Hood. And you have to say right now, Laura, where's he been?
140.
Yeah, it's just wonderful to see. And with these players, we talk them up. We say, because we don't just see them here. We watch them on the seniors tour in the case of Mike, and watch them all over the play the ADC and look at their stats, their results, and we know what he can produce. And this is much more in line with what we've expected from Mike. And I think from as players especially, you never want to see someone play well, even if it's against you. You never want to see people play.
45.
You don't want to see them play bad. You want them to do well up there. And I'm quite pleased for Mike that at least it has come together, albeit on the very last day.
Yeah, and at the same time, in relation to Martin, I expected more from him. He will have expected more.
140.
But it's not over just yet. Again, some of the angles we're giving you here just gives you an indication of the way the dart kisses to the right for Mike. Whether it's that flight and stem combination or just the way he releases the dart. Whereas Martin, that is a simple throw, Laura. One of the best throws I've ever seen, Martin's.
Yeah, that is
59.
One of the rarer occasions that I've seen Martin actually opt to switch down to the 19s, because normally he would persevere with trying to hit that treble 20, but just too difficult.
100. $41. Michael, you require 91.
Huntley did win his opening game over Martin Adams on day one. Lost the last three, so kind of looking to bookend his campaign against Martin Adams here if he can secure another win.
Yeah, he had a 94.9 average.
Game shot on the second leg.
Unbelievable play from Mike Huntley, and just a demonstration of that. He averaged over 92 in a 4-0 victory over Martin on day one, when
third leg, it's Martin to throw
to sort of say, look at me
Game
before it
on.
started to go wrong. But his average there, just demonstrating what he's doing today. He's the form man. We've seen some incredible stories over the years at the MODUS Super Series, haven't we? People fighting back from absolute obscurity, and this morning we said it's a, how do we get 2 players out of 3?
Yeah, one that pings to mind is Sean McDonald, when he came in at 80-1 to top the table because he'd only picked up the one win, absolutely cleared the card, topped the table, and anyone backing him may have been quite happy after that.
Yeah, I think Kieran Teagan is another one that
28.
stands out for me, where he'd had a poor campaign and then came back the next day like a different player. But this would be really special. Look at him.
100.
And I just think he's given off a lot more positivity. Of course he is, because he's winning, what you're talking about, Duran, but he's not shaking his head when he's winning legs. He's not shaking his head when he's having a bad time. Just getting on with the job, and I think that's a big part.
30.
That's subconscious. If you're negative when you're walking to that rocky there, I think that's to the detriment when you throw your dart. So you try to keep yourself, one, not overthinking the situation, and two, remaining positive.
140.
And that's what I'm seeing the difference, that man today.
Yeah, and again, just stretching out that average, but a bit of a sympathy there for
41.
Martin Adams, who just cannot seem to replicate some of that form, especially his scoring powers. Been one of the things that's carried him through. But as you say, these campaigns, they are long. They're 5 days a
100.
week, and this is day number 5, and it can be exhausting for players.
But this man will not give any excuses. And just, in as well, just it's one of those days.
140. Marco, you
Mike
require
Huntley is
76
points from a 3-0 lead. He knows not to stray on the first dart. There's the Brucey bonus. And there's
Game
the
shot on the
clean
third
kill.
leg. Michael Huntley.
Just absolutely superb to watch. Now averaging over 98.
Fourth leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very late during the night we had Robert Thornton with a 98.18. So a nice little 12-13 data from Michael Huntley. Would give him the maybe our first 100 average of the day. 100 average of the week.
180.
Well, that's very well timed 180 there for you, does it? Yeah, because just stretches that average to just over 103. And I don't know about you, but going
30.
into this match and going into this last day, if you were going to tell me ask me which player was going to hit that maybe first average over 103, I know it's not there yet. May not have been Mike Huntley.
I was getting a bit excited there.
140.
But 5 darts out of 6. And like you said in the comms box, we are 50-50. We want Martin Adams there on Saturday night, but when you see the trials and tribulations of play, the disappointment, the dejection when they're walking off,
125.
been that type away from Mike Huntley, and now he's producing an average where he's now over 105.
$80.
Yeah, good switch there from Wolfie.
84. Michael, you require 101.
But this is just an epic performance from Mike Huntley.
$77.
The way he's been playing, you would have, I almost would have said that was guaranteed to go in.
Just sitting back and enjoying it. And I tell you what, yes, he has Justin Hood up next, but he won't be frightened of that when we are seeing the real Michael Huntley at the moment, and it's great to see.
Michael, you required 24.
He's in deep concentration. He looks really at ease. There's the breath, the exhale. Come on, he says he's doing everything right. Can he execute?
$12.
What a shame.
Yeah, and those couple of misses, they are what do the damage to the averages, and not that anyone will mind if he gets the win.
That was a growl from Martin Adams when they went in.
Michael, you required 12.
The past 10 minutes, he said. But it's been a terrific performance. The highlight of the week for Michael Huntley so far.
$6. Martin, you required 40.
Well, Well,
Game shot on the fourth leg. Martin Adams.
it was a golden performance from Michael Huntley.
Fifth leg,
Like
it's
you
Martin
said,
to throw first.
how much would we
Game
be
on.
thinking of those missed darts at doubles there? Because we were looking at by far the best average of the week so far. He was a double 12 away from 105 average. And then 9 missed darts at a double.
59.
That can hurt. He seems to have regrouped again. Interesting to see how he reacts from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially that last thing, 180, 140, and then missed a wealth of match darts.
140.
Yeah, and that is a good response to that kind of disappointment, because that's what he couldn't do yesterday. That's where he kept missing those darts at doubles, and it just got a bigger and bigger issue. So if you can make that kind of start, just keep steady. And again,
60.
it's one of those matches now. Mike Huntley's got the initiative. Maybe just one treble a visit, to just make sure at the end.
Yeah, his mind will be a little bit muddled at the moment, but
60.
like I say, for Martin Adams, he needed something to happen. That would be another incredible story if he was to fight back from here. I mean, Michael's opened this leg very nicely.
100.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be his first fight back of the week.
$85.
Yeah, good last start there from Huntley. Just lifts it over the top. There you can see the double percentage. Martin Adams just had the one shot at double, and that was in the last leg. Hit tops,
100.
100%, but 3 from 12, 25% for Huntley, and the majority of those came in that leg to win the match.
If he gets the 3-2, I mean, yes,
41.
it's on Martin's throw here, but Martin would have the throw in the last leg. It's getting to the stage there where it'll be a bit nitty-gritty.
42.
Squeaky bum time. But Martin Adams just messing about there with only a score of 42 and a 175. Come on, he says to himself. That's been the big thing for me today. The way, so 55 points left. Just the way he's motivated himself has been a big difference to me. Never the head shaking,
Martin, you require
not the complaining, not the
140.
shoulders going down.
Yeah, and Huntley will be back for 40. Single number here for Martin. Will be under a bit of pressure.
100.
Well,
Michael, you
he messed
require
about
40.
with doubles when he saw the winning line last time. Has there been any lessons learned from Mike Huntley? Well, he takes his time, he composes himself, goes through his preset routine. And we have Mighty Mike here at the Portsmouth Live Lounge. And what a game that was from him. He's wearing the green, and he played at times like the Green Machine today. And for Martin Adams, the nightmare and the horror continues. It's been an awful day for the Wolfie. He's played 3 games and lost 3 games, and his automatic qualification going away from him. But from Michael Huntley, what a story it would be. He has moved to 3rd position on 8 points. He is absolutely flying. When he's back on the stage next, he will be against Justin Hood. That will be one not to miss. Reece Collie's up next. He's desperate for a win. He plays Mario Robb.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Collie, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Collie.
Welcome back, and what a day it's been for Mike Huntley so far. 3 games played, 3 victories to his name. He really is putting up trees on Friday at the Super Series. He got the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1 before the break. Justin Hood, a 4-0 victor against Reece Collie. As for Mario Robb, he beat Kevin Dowling inside 7 legs. So those are the results. This is the table, and as you can see, Justin Hood there on 14 points. Reece Collie on 10, Michael Huntley and Martin Adams both on 8 points, and that means Justin Hood has got a 6-point buffer at the top of the table. So next up for us, it is Reece Collie in action against Mario Robb. Watching this one in the Culture Box. Hello once again to Laura and Glenn.
Hello to you as well. Thank you very much, Henry. And this man in your picture, Reece Collie, it hasn't gone perfectly well, but luckily around him, others also have faltered, and he's got an opportunity now in the in-play table. He is sat on second place on 10 points, and a victory over Mario Robb here would put him in a fantastic position overall. But with Mike Huntley absolutely flying behind him, really, Laura Turner, no mistakes this time from Reece Collie in this game against Mario Robb.
No, can't afford any, and we've seen signs from Mario where he's played absolutely out of his skin, but can't find that consistency, and that is the element, I think, of his game that, you know, Reece really does have to exploit. I'm slightly more concerned just because of the way that Reece, he carved out those opportunities against Hood, but just didn't take any. I think he ended up with 0 from 7 on the doubles. None of them came in the last leg. They all came in legs 1, 2 and 3. And you can't afford to miss doubles against any player at this caliber, let alone Hood. And I don't think he can do it against Mario either, because that's an element of Mario's game which has kind of brought him through.
He put a really dominant performance in against Mario yesterday, Laura, as well. So that'll be on his mind. He beat Mario 4-0. It was very, very comfortable. You used the word right at the beginning of the day, potential spoilers today, and we've had lots of up and down games today. We've had that sensational run from Michael Huntley, who can finish on 12 points. So it's still very much in the hands of Reece Collie. Victory here would put him to that 12 points. So then you start looking at legs difference. However, Reece would have that final game against the luckless Martin Adams. So still very much to play for. So really got my eyes on a game in a couple of times. Justin Hood versus Michael Huntley, which could determine the way this group will finalise. And as we continue to look at some guarantees, a win for Mario here would mean that Justin Hood would overnight top and finish the winner of Group C.
96.
And that has issues of where you're placed in the round robin on Saturday night as well. And it's also cued us when you walk in on Saturday night as, you know, I won Group C.
And I think perhaps barring Group A, because only the one person goes through, Group C to me is very difficult to get through. Only 2 players out of 6.
And hence the reason in Champions Week as well, Lord, I'm keen to see who's in Group C, because for me that's the toughest one to get out of.
56.
Well, at the beginning of this match, Laura said no mistakes on the doubles for Reece Collie.
Game show on the first leg. Reece
No mistakes in the first leg.
Second leg, it's Mario to throw first.
And perhaps
Game
Reece
on.
trying to delve into the mind of a dart player, which is possibly not a place where many people would want to be anyway. But for Reece, obviously he had that win, as you mentioned earlier. Very strong win over Mario yesterday, but that was yesterday, and he's not playing as well as what he did. And he does know this is one of those games that
100.
Probably walks up there thinking he has to, you know, he should win. But it's getting to a point where he kind of has to win.
$81.
Yeah, just having to switch.
91.
Great switch for the 17s.
Yeah, seems really focused. I think he understands that he hasn't been at his best, but He's a big favourite for qualification. And he'd be delighted to see the head shaking from Mario Robb, because he has demonstrated a couple of times that this week that when he does, he can lose the plot for, might only be for a throw or for the rest of the game. And I think Rhys Collie was all over that.
$41. Reach
There's
require
a lot of games these guys are
170.
playing, and do expect sometimes for there to be a few dodgy games, I guess, but that was a fantastic setup shot there from Rhys.
Yeah, we're looking for a performance, weren't we, from Rhys Collie? And he's given us that so far. If you can check out this double 18, you just sort of sense that Mario's just a little bit of fed upness.
36. Game shot on the second leg.
Beautiful dart from Rhys Collie. If he does go on to win this match, the in-play table, I highlight the word in-play because
Rhys to throw first.
Rhys would need to win the match to get to 12 points. But look at that player in third position. Absolutely flying. But 100. Look at the legs difference as well. So Rhys Collie's even not only got the points on the board, he's got the legs in the bank as well.
$60. $80.
Yeah, a bit of a wild last one, but I think you're right there, Glenn. I think it's that kind of focus, that determination. Really can see it coming out from Rhys. Knows what he needs to do here. And what you don't want when you get to the business end of this, you really
100.
don't want to have it in other people's hands. Justin made that point yesterday. He wanted to come here, he wanted to win 5, wanted to be in control of his own destiny and make sure that he gets that place in finals night.
He's one fire as well, Laura. If Michael Huntley does beat Justin Hood, I fancy his chances in the last game against Michael Huntley. 5 out of 5 today and doesn't qualify. That's a real potential as well.
180.
Unless Mario Robb can get over the line against Rhys Collie. The assumption is there that Rhys has got this one in the bag, but from nowhere,
60.
Mario's gone 60 to 180 in this leg. And this would be a breaker throw. And he's akin to a nice big finish. Well, he loves it. He had a 167 earlier in the week.
137. Reach require 161.
Didn't quite take the 161, but that's again an amazing setup shot from Mario.
89. Mario required 24.
Yeah, for a break throw.
12. Reach requires 72.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise because that's been the element of the game that been very strong for Mario.
Yeah, it's like a roles reversal leg of how he's been at his best this week. Rhys has got 1 dart at tops. And this is an awesome performance from Rhys Collie. Just what the doctor ordered. He was averaging around about 98. He's just dipped down to 92.
Fourth
but
leg,
this is
it's Mario
a
to
super
throw
professional.
first. Game
Just
on.
doing the right thing at the right time. He can smell qualification.
And that last dart, that dart for tops,
56.
seen Rhys pull that down so many times over the last couple of days. That was perfect. Just feel like he's got the right rhythm, got the right level of
85.
relaxation.
Spot on, Laura. That second line there, just the right level of relaxation. It just doesn't look like it's tight on the point of release. It looks a very smooth release, a lovely follow through.
73.
Not that jabby throw he seems to do at the beginning of. That looks lovely. I like that throw. And I didn't like it earlier on. And Rhys, if you're watching that, or if people around him are watching and supporting him, you look at his first dart in the first of his game. The point of release just felt like it wasn't smooth.
59.
And that 140 there is exactly the best of Rhys Collie. Silky smooth.
$96.
Yeah, just did well once again. Firmly in control of this leg. When you have been defeated 4-0, to be able to come back and
140.
balance it out with a 4-0 win. It does help that leg difference.
140.
I am loving these last 12 darts from Reece Collie. Very, very similar to yesterday, where the nervy dart at the beginning of the day. But right now, he's tops away from just
95.
Almost the perfect performance.
Reach the required 40.
You can just hit this in one dart.
Game,
of course he can,
shot,
because that
and
is
the
a
match.
beautiful
Reece
performance from
Collie.
Reece Collie. Mario Robb, and look at the response. He knows what he needed to do, and he did exactly that. A wonderful performance as Mario Robb trudges off, but it was all about that man. Look at those numbers. That's what the boy can do. 96.97 is very, very acceptable. Superb on the outer ring. The most beautiful performance from Reece Collie, and just what he needed. Now looking good for qualification is next up. It's a battle of the seniors. It's Kev Dowling against Martin Adams.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
Yeah, welcome back to game number 11 here at the MODUS Super Series. And here you see that man there, Martin Adams, taking on Kev Dowling. And it's probably fair to say that neither of them have had a particularly successful day. So it'll be interesting to see who does win, as Glenn described it earlier. The battle of the seniors, both prevalent on the seniors tour and both know each other's game very, very well. And it was Adams who got the win yesterday. But as we say, just hasn't gone his way so far, Martin Adams. And really do feel he needs to find that win now. Kev Dowling definitely out. Martin Adams still in with a shot, so does need the win.
Yeah, it's quite sad that potentially we're not going to have Martin Adams here on Saturday night. It's going to take some miraculous results, which we're working on, all the numbers and to put together. But it just, you don't want to go into a competition where you've had such a bad day previously. But we had high expectations from Martin Adams, but from the very onset of today, it just didn't happen. And it was a very disappointing 4-0 defeat to Mario Robb, who just has also been on the wrong end of a 4-0 defeat in the previous game there. Just hasn't been Wolfie's day. For whatever reason, it is the 5th day of playing continually. But he'll fancy his chances against Kevin Dowling, who has just won the one game. And incredibly, that was the first game he played in yesterday when he beat Mike Huntley 4-3. But since then, he has, he's not enjoyed the experience very much.
97.
Underscoring, underperforming. And it'll be a tough one to call, this one, the way they've played today.
Yeah, and I think considering, one of Kev's best performances, at least of today, did come in the last match where he narrowly lost 4-3 to Mario Robb. Threatened a few things. Has had a 115 checkout today as well, Kev. But this man here, Martin Adams, he does know how to find results. So they got bounce back ability in droves.
Yeah, he would have just made it being there. And like I said, you shouldn't have people who you want to be there on Saturday night. You should be impartial and sat in the chair here. But he's such a legend of the game. And hopefully we get a fantastic crowd here on Saturday
Martin
night.
require 124.
I'll shut the QR code up and give you some information on ticket details of the next leg.
$90. Kevin, you require 164.
We saw him leave that yesterday, the lesser spotted double 17, which he did hit. But will he get a chance?
$96. Martin, you require
we've said
34.
it a few times. Martin does go straight for any double.
Game shot on the first lay.
Use
Martin
that to some
Adams.
effect.
Yeah, there's not many people in the world who go direct for double 17, but he has
Second
that
leg,
this
it's Martin
philosophy.
to throw first. Game on.
If there's a double there, they're all the same size. I'm going to go for it, and that's exactly what he did. There was even a bet you could have at the World Seniors last year, and it was quite a high odds on any player finishing on 34. Well, if there's anybody who you want to go for it, it will be Martin Adams, because like I said, the majority of people will go 2 double 16.
80.
Yeah, Martin's kind of got that philosophy, hasn't he? That every double, same size, should be able to hit them all.
Did you ever play in the pentathlon of darts? Because myself and Scott Mitchell were chatting. John Law and Martin Adams, the two biggest components of that. And it's so difficult. You need to know all your doubles in the pentathlon. What it does to your body and your arm is one of the reasons why I ain't never done it the once.
I think
60.
I did it on 2 occasions, possibly 3. The first one was a real learning curve, but the next one I did do quite well. And ironically, for me, especially got round to double 19 or around the border on doubles. So
100.
yeah, I think I've got a little crowd behind because I thought I was going to do it and then get the nerves, don't you?
Yes, it was an experience. Well, like I say, Martin Adams, I'm not sure how many times he won it.
Martin, you require
someone out there will
140.
give me the number. You'll stay there. And don't bust it, Martin.
100.
I like that, really made sure. Yeah, we saw Huntley earlier, Buster 136, treble 20, big 16.
100.
Can really be devastating
Martin,
to a leg.
40.
Wolfie here needing tops for a 2-0 lead.
2-0
Game shot on
lead
the second leg.
and 2-13
Martin
darters.
Adams.
Martin Adams has been searching for this game so far. Is it a little bit too
Third leg, it's
late?
Kevin
Is
to
the
throw
question
first.
we need to ask.
Game on.
Now, I don't want to jinx this, but the irony was, as we started this match, that we both weren't playing too well. We've got Martin on a 115 and Kev on a 90.
And rising.
100.
Another ton there.
$60. $97. $55.
Unlucky not to get another treble in there, but pair seems to be bringing out the best in each other.
Yeah, I don't think I should have put the average up, because since then he hasn't been able to find a treble as Martin, but I think you're absolutely spot on again, Laura. We saw some real improvement from Kev Dowling in the last match. However, when he got into 3-2 in front, he just sort of stuttered a little bit. But by far his best performance of the week so far as this game is involved.
Kevin, you require 164.
He is 2-0 down. Come on, Kev.
96.
Yeah, as we say, so far, been good from both. And Martin can find that red bit again.
100.
Which he does.
Kevin, you required
We could be looking
68.
at our first ton plus average. Don't want to jinx it, as I said, but this has been good so far.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, good 68
Kevin
finish
Dowling.
there. And I like the raise of the eyes. It kind of gave me the impression that he felt he was a bit too close to that treble 16. But there again, we were talking about the averages. 102 for Martin Adams. 93.86 at the moment for Kev Dowling.
It was the reaction of Martin as well, as if to say, good, well done, come on, you can do this, Kevin. That's the camaraderie as well that the MODUS Super Series bring. As I've said many, many times, it's real business when you get up there and you want to destroy every player. But yeah, I guess they've watched Kevin struggling over 2 days. I guess Kev has seen Martin's
100.
hopes and of qualification going. Yeah, it was just real nice touch between them in between that legs there. And like you said, Laura, they just seem to be bringing the best out of each other.
You describe Kev Dowling, obviously, as one of the gentlemen of darts. But I would say the same, really, when it comes to Martin Adams. He's always been one of those players that has been very supportive. I think he's a bit more game-faced when he's actually at that oche, but always been very respectful and very supportive of players.
70. $140.
Yeah, a fourth 140 of the match so far for Martin Adams.
Yeah, question on Twitter for you. Andy Partlington, thanks for getting in touch, Andy. Great commentary. Who would you say is the greatest of all time? Some class players in the past: Bill Leonard, Stephen Lord, and the ton machine, Alan Glazier. But who is your greatest of all time?
Oh, that's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, you have to say, see, for me, there are two goats.
55.
And one has to be Phil Taylor. And the other has to be Trina Gulliver. And I don't know whether you're allowed to base it just on the fact that they're just... I don't think anyone's going to win that many world championships. I think Bo Greaves has the potential to do something similar to what Trina's done. But for me, the world championships is the title you want. And they've got the most.
Do you know, I'm not going to add to that because I think that's the perfect answer. I thought you were going to say two goats. And the second one being Michael van Gerwen, which I thought would have been a bit of a cop-out. So
25.
I think that's the perfect answer, and I'll leave it there, Andy. Thanks for the question.
Should we worry that we agree quite a lot?
Yes.
$85. Martin, you require 136. $90.
Good set
Kevin,
play
you
for
require
Martin.
160.
Kev Dowling, we've talked about his improvement.
Yeah, red bit would just put a little bit of pressure on.
41.
Yeah, can't
Martin,
find
you
it.
require 46.
46 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Wolfie leads
Martin
3-1.
Adams. Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And it would feel quite appropriate for Martin Wolfie Adams with his little fan club of people, you know, howling in the crowd. You know, it's Halloween. It just feels like all the stars are aligning. But, you know, Reese and Justin definitely looking
33.
to put paid to Martin Adams' plans and possibly even Mike Huntley.
Yeah, and look at the games coming up next. We've got Michael Huntley, who's up next against Justin Hood. That'll determine an awful lot. And then the big decider is the next one after that,
100.
where Martin Adams will play Reese Collie. Will that be a decider? Once again, we did talk about legs difference. So a big win here for Martin
41.
will help. So we'll have a little look on the in-play table again. So if we look at the legs difference, very much in the hands of Reece Collie. So another one here for Martin. We'll take him to +4.
95.
Then you get into the stage where not only does Martin need to beat Reece, but he needs to beat him heavily.
76.
Well, 99 times out of 100 these days, players on 306 will start downstairs in the 19s. And the 1% will be Martin Adams.
Yeah,
90.
Some players make it quite easy for us to, well, quite difficult for us, I should say, to know what they're going to go for. Martin Adams is very consistent in the routes that he takes.
Well, the biggest player who left 166, 165,
100.
163 was the GOAT in Phil Taylor. You could argue on 306 he would have started on treble 20.
Yeah, such was his confidence and ability to hit big scores. As Martin fires.
180.
See, it's just primed for tomorrow, isn't it?
I don't know what happened to me there. It was like an out-of-body experience.
$100. Martin, you required 36.
For the match. Performance of the day from Martin Adams. He's still got a hope of qualification. He's got another big game coming up fairly soon. And for Kev Dowling, just showing some signs of improvement. But one thing that never goes from Kevin Dowling is that smile on his face. Incredible respect between the pair of them. And during that game there were some staggering averages going on. But Martin Adams, 94.68. That's exactly what he needed. Because in a couple of games' time, he will be playing Reece Collie, and that's something that he'll go into. Excellent on the outer ring. Big game coming up for Michael Huntley next. He plays top of the table, Justin Hood.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And that man is top of the table, Justin Hood. He will be playing on Saturday night. It's job done so far. He promised us 5 wins out of 5 in his interview yesterday. And so far, he's had some tough games and got through them all and sat again 3 out of 3 so far. However, and you may be surprised at the beginning of the day, at the thought of me saying that his biggest challenge will be against Mike Huntley, because overnight Michael Huntley had a desperate day again yesterday, just on 2 points, looked all over the place, looked really upset with himself as he left the venue.
Justin to throw first.
But has been a totally different player and character. He's just exuded confidence, and he's still got an outside chance of reaching 12 points. Still going to be a big ask because other players are still to come and get there. It's getting really tight. But for Mike Huntley, all he can do is play the player in front of him. And this will be a real idea of where his game is at, because he is finding his treble 20 with ease. And he hasn't been doing that all this week, Laura Turner.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with him. I'm really pleased for him, because no one wants to go away from this experience, knowing that they just haven't showcased some of their best. But
180.
you have to say as well, with Justin Hood, he is going from strength to strength as we're going through the day like he did yesterday.
Yeah, and I sense with Justin that if you're hitting 140s, he'll hit
41.
140s as well. If you hit a 45, he can get embroiled in a bit of a stinker of a game as well. So this might be good for him to have the very best of Michael Huntley and see exactly
60.
where his game is ready for tomorrow night, because tomorrow night has a more of a knockout feel about it, and you really want to have your A game at times when you need it most. And yeah, I've been looking forward to this game.
43.
Oh, it's another one that can
Justin
completely
Uruguay,
shake the table and
124.
give us a better indication of who will actually join David Evans in that finals night.
108.
Well, that man will definitely be there. He's the second qualifier. Will Michael Huntley get there? Because it would be some story.
$60. Justin Uruguay, 16. Game shot on the first leg.
And it's not only
Justin
just
Hood.
losing to Justin Hood. If he is to win, Michael Huntley probably needed to be a big win as well.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw
can
first.
get to 12 points,
Game
where
on.
Reece Collie is at 12 points already. And just looking at the in-play table there, you can see that Justin Hood is flying high. But the game after this one is Reece Collie versus Martin
60.
Adams. That's going to be a belter.
Yeah, and prior to that last match that Adams just had against Kev Dowling, I would have
95.
probably put all my eggs in Reece Collie's basket. But yeah, Adams just played absolutely sensational. Back-to-back 13 darters to start us off. So still a lot to play for and a lot more twists and turns to come.
140.
You know, just even every leg he loses, just on +1 is Michael Huntley. So he does have Kevin Dowling in the
99.
last. So really, we're looking at sort of 8 legs on the spin to really get him to a +8 average there on the legs difference. And would that be enough overall? Well,
100.
even that might not be, because Reece Collie's on +10 at the moment. I think I'm running out of fingers and toes on this abacus.
57.
I'll keep it simple if Justin Hood wins the game.
$105.
Yeah, again, good use of that bullseye. The switch leaves him on a 2-dart checkout.
$96. Michael, you require 96.
Not often you see Justin pause to work something out. Normally has it all there in the front of his mind. And big slip there. So treble 19.
$28. Justin, you require 154.
First slight signs there from Huntley as well. Just shaking his head.
He'll be shaking his head more if this goes. This is special.
Game
And
shot on the
that is
second
Justin
leg.
Hood in 3
Justin
darts.
Hood.
What a finish that is. No reaction. No look at the opponent. Michael Huntley, take that.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and possibly a bit of an indicator there of why Michael Huntley was shaking his head, because
140.
that's what Justin does. And that 140 there, look, just over 107 average for Justin Hood.
A definite contender tomorrow night, isn't he? I mean, yes, all the headlines have
83.
been about this Group B, this group of death, and it's sensational players in that, real legends. And yeah, there's someone in Group C, which we've all identified as well as this guy, where when he wants to do it,
100.
he looks very, very difficult to beat. And he just seems to be able to turn that switch on when he wants to, and just needs to do that over a longer period for me. And he could definitely be here tonight lifting
84.
that trophy.
$180.
And that's amazing. But I do like it. when he, I would say, checks the throw, just slightly more rhythmical, because as you say, he's a real field player.
180.
As Mike Huntley comes back with a
Justin
180 of his
required
own.
81.
So often he just throws them. I like that.
He's just got a real detail. Look at the focus in the eyes. That
Aim
hasn't
shot on the
always
third
been there
leg.
this week.
Justin
I just
Hood.
feel when he wants to produce them darts, he does them darts.
Fourth leg, it's Michael
and
to
that
throw
was an
first.
11-dart leg,
Game
and that
on.
resulted in a lift in the average to 112.72 so far for Justin Hood. Michael Huntley just under the 90 mark himself.
$100.
Again, we've been in a similar situation before. Perhaps not quite this level, but a few missed darts in that last leg, I think, from Justin Hood earlier on in today. Just brought the average down, but it doesn't look like he's going to
85.
miss.
Yeah, it gets to a stage now where you, some players actually number crunch when they're up there. So he probably knows he's on a stratospheric average right now, and sometimes all of a sudden then you
95.
can try too hard. Like I said, some of the best games I've been involved in is where I've just not even thought the averages once, and he's just finding the treble with ease. A delight to watch.
140.
Justin Hood is putting on that performance to say to everybody, don't forget me.
And you have to say, Michael Huntley, throughout the majority of this
60.
match, hasn't done a lot wrong, but hasn't actually had a shot at a double. And that's not because of Mike. That is more to do with just how well this man, Justin Hood, has been playing.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest compliment
90.
that Justin Hood can give Michael Huntley, that he's producing his A game right now, because he probably had to. Michael Huntley is averaging just under 90 at the moment and having a almost perfect day. He's just ran into the
41.
juggernaut. That is Justin Hood. Bullseye's a shot here, but such a good
100.
marker, that second one. You can understand why.
Yeah, and I like this from Huntley, just not giving up, hoping for an opportunity, but feel he needs another treble.
81.
Yeah, that opportunity
Justin
feels
required
unlikely the way
86.
Justin Hood. He doesn't seem to be the type of player that'll mess about too much on doubles. Is he going to get himself down to a double? Well, that double will be bullseye. Just double check what Mike's on.
53.
And that was pretty much for the
Michael
almost
required
perfect game.
124.
Yeah, 134 at an important time yesterday. Can he do the 124? Needs the ball.
75.
Yeah,
Justin,
just
you
a smile
required
on his face there.
33.
Well, I said he doesn't mess about with doubles. Is he going to prove me right? It's one double 16.
17. Michael, you required 49.
And Huntley's first shot at a double. Just needs to come inside.
17. Justin, you required 16. Game,
Performance
shots, and
of
the
the
match.
week.
Justin Hood.
4 wins out of 4. Our first 100+ average of the week. Michael Huntley, you've done yourself real credit today. Bounced back from 4 disappointing days. We had a real romance on the way going on there. We thought you were going to go all the way and do something really special, but keep your head held high. But Justin Hood, that's the kind of darts that not only takes Champions Night, but also Champions Week. He was absolutely superb, and right in the middle of that was that beautiful 154 finish. Superb from Justin Hood. Massive game coming up for automatic qualification. It's Martin Adams against Reece Collie.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Super Series. So Justin Hood has just put in the performance of the week to get the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 0. Elsewhere in this round, Martin Adams beat Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 1, and Reece Collie beat Mario Robb 2-0. So this is how the table looks then. One more round of fixtures to go. Justin Hood can safely be put in the fort there. He's going to be into tomorrow night's final. Second and third is occupied by Reece Collie and Martin Adams respectively, and they're going toe-to-toe in the first game of the final round of matches. Collie, as you can see there, on 12 points, Adams on 10. 6-leg swing in terms of the legs difference. So Collie is just a few legs away from qualification. Adams needs to win, and needs to win big. Right, Glenn and Laura in the commentary box. Guys, all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And if you was wondering why Henry was just sort of going a little bit quiet, is there because he's in the building. He doesn't want to put the opponents off. But to make it simple, Reece Collie needs 2 legs in this match. So a 4-0 victory for Martin Adams will see qualification. A 4-1 victory for Martin Adams will see automatic qualification. Any other scenario, we will see Reece Collie there on Saturday night.
Yeah, it feels... And like another one that's very, very difficult to call.
Martin to throw first.
As I said earlier,
game on.
I think I would have had Reece down based on how Martin played his opening few games. But that match against Kev Dowling just brought out the absolute best in him, the champion that we are used to seeing, and very impressive stuff. If he can replicate that,
60,
then I think that he has the potential to run away with a 4-0, 4-1 victory over Reece.
Yeah, and I sense that Martin knows the scenario. Did you see himself really geeing himself up after those 3 darts? I think I know he needs to know a win off 4-0 or 4-1. Shall I try and say that again?
140.
We're getting to the end of the session. I get it. There's been a lot of permutations to try and work out.
137.
I guess the burning question, we've seen Martin Adams in a different shirt every day. Has he bought a fresh one for day 6?
Yes, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. He promises us for Saturday night. It just very reminds me of the Grand Slam, this scenario. Even a victory here for Martin Adams may not be enough. And yeah, I guess it's in the hands very much of Reece Collie.
161.
I'm pretty certain they know the scenario. Martin on the back of his best game so far in that really enjoyable game with Kev Dowling, which set him up nicely. He's left a 2-darter.
164.
You'd have to say he's a favourite here because 164 is one of the biggies. Can't be done. Spraying them about.
84.
Chance
Martin
for Adams.
requires 60.
Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, very clinical stuff there from Martin Adams, and that's one of the 4 legs he will need if he's going to progress past Reece.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Now it's Reece's darts, and this is where the challenge will begin, even more so for Martin Adams, because he cannot afford to let Reece get more than a leg on the board.
93.
Yeah, this is why we love the MODUS Super Series. You come down to games where, you know, we're potentially looking at legs won being the difference between them. Well, legs difference being the same and blah, blah. That's how tight this one is.
60.
But Martin Adams is 3 legs away from doing what he needs to do. No panic just yet, is Reece Collie.
60.
Yeah, it's whether the experience of Martin Adams can carry him through, because we have seen when things start getting a bit tense, Reece Collie can tighten up, and then it comes back to that throw that you mentioned earlier on that
55
can become a bit punchy, a bit snatchy.
82.
Taking real control here. 120 points head, so doesn't it tell me he needs at least a couple of trebles to get back in this leg, and every leg. Remember, Reece Collie only needs 2 of them. Outstanding, Reece Collie.
Yeah, their meeting yesterday did result in a 4-1 win for Martin Adams.
What do you
85.
give for
Reach
that
to
right now?
require 86.
Absolutely. Reese most definitely has different ideas.
46.
Very cool, Cam. I always think that experience he's had now representing England at the World Cup in such a high-pressured situation, it will benefit somewhere.
140.
Well, there's the pressure from Adams.
Reach to require 40.
How's your arm? How's your thought process? Nervy.
Game shot on the second leg.
Reece Collie.
Reece Collie.
That was superb. That first dart of double 10 wasn't ideal. He just moved across
Third
the
leg, it's
hockey.
Martin
You
to
could
throw
see the top
first.
part of that
Game
double
on.
10. And that's a very important moment. Quite simply, Laura Turner, Martin Adams has to be immaculate now.
He does indeed. And so you do wonder how much the players know, and sometimes how much the players want to know. I don't know about you.
60.
I'd want to know what I'd need to do.
I got frustrated once with my family, friends, management that I didn't know the scenario when I played Andrew
60.
Gilden, the infamous hug off Andrew. If only I'd have known that I simply had to win that game for qualification, but I was thinking a couple of legs might be enough, and if, buts, maybes. And just when I couldn't get anywhere, Andrew Gilden hit the winning double and give me the biggest hug.
100.
Yeah, that's one of those scenes, one of those pictures that comes up every so often on socials.
Usually from Jim Williams.
Yeah.
140.
Reece Collie turning the screw. Just a reminder, Reece Collie is one leg away from qualification.
100.
To switch, needs a treble really, and can't
57.
find one. So Martin Adams in a good position to be the first one down to a finish.
$60. 60.
Yeah, and this feels nervy. This feels edgy. As you say, it feels like the players know what they need to do.
Yeah, it feels enjoyable sat here, though. I'm really enjoying this contest because you know what's on offer. You know, you hope when you sit down that you're going to get
85.
moments like this week where a massive game comes. And this is exactly what the situation is here.
100.
Reece Collie is
Martin
84
requiring
points
96.
away from automatic qualification. Martin Adams, 96. You'll stay there. Can't finish. Chance for Collie.
56.
And a finish
Reach to
here. We'll
require
see him here
84.
tomorrow night.
And he's missed that big number. 14 would have left in the ball.
44.
Has left himself
Martin
on top.
required
But
40.
Martin Adams has the first chance at it. Oh, and that is a wild dart. Pulls it into the one. So Reece Collie back.
8. Reach to require 40.
Well, didn't expect that from Martin at all. Neither did Reece Collie. But
Game
Reece
shot on the
Collie
third
joins
leg.
Justin
Reece
Hood
Collie.
on Saturday night. He will and has qualified. Even if he does go on to lose this game, that man
Fourth
in
leg,
your
it's Reece to
picture
throw
will be
first.
there tomorrow
Game
night. A
on.
fantastic achievement from the young man.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, it's been a difficult day for both him and Martin.
58.
I sometimes think when you have a good first day and you come into the next one, it goes one way or the other. It either goes the way of Justin Hood, who's completely run away with everything, or you do get those stumbling blocks. And it's a real test of the
60.
character of how you come back from those. And as you say, Reece Collie has done exceptionally well.
131.
Yeah, I think that if I was listening to an interview from Reece Collie, I'd love to know, did he know when he got that second leg he had qualified? I'm trying to
96.
read him now, but he's such deep in concentration. I have the feeling he doesn't. And
140.
No, because sometimes you see with players when they know they've done enough to get through, and that is the whole idea of the group, is to do enough to get through to finals night. That adrenaline, you get that initial buzz of adrenaline, and it kind of dips off slightly because
37.
what you've set out to achieve, you've achieved.
Yeah, you see that reaction, don't you?
40.
David Evans, Justin Hood and Reece Collie on the first three. Through to tomorrow night. We've got a blockbuster of a night tonight, and it's all finely poised as well.
83.
Alan Sherritt,
Reach required
Steve West, that
132.
very pretty. Robert Thornton, certainly lurking just around is Dan Lowby as well. Go for it, lad.
92.
That's the respect that they all have for Martin Adams. Let me tell you, Martin Adams would have gone for Bull, regardless of what you're on.
Yeah, or either that, or he genuinely doesn't know that he's done enough to get through, and he's just obviously
140.
playing the percentages, playing it safe.
40. $35. Martin, you require 85.
Oh, that's one of those shots, isn't it? You go for the 15, pull in the 2, go for the 17, don't quite adjust enough back in the 2. And
Reach to require 5. Game shot the
yeah, I
fourth
thought that was
leg.
a good marker.
Reece
Left
Collie.
quite a lot of the bed open. Does take it. So 3-1 now to Reece Collie.
Yeah, it's a shame we won't
Fifth
see
leg, it's
Martin
Martin
Adams
to
here
throw
tomorrow
first.
night. You know, that potential
Game
of maybe
on.
Robert Thornton, Fallon Sherrick, Martin Adams, all there on Saturday night. But once again, he's been an absolute credit to himself this week. Such the ultimate professional, the respect that the other players have for him.
43.
Witness visually here, as I've seen it. He always conducts himself absolutely immaculate, but just falls at the last hurdle for qualification.
140. $125.
Thought he was going to follow that one in for his first 180 of this match.
43.
And arguably, you'd say the campaign of Martin Adams this week, he was unlucky not to find himself in Group B, finished 4th. So was in Group C and potentially here looking at finishing maybe 3rd.
100.
Which again is just that one spot away from where he really needed to be.
Yeah, at the time, Laura, I thought going into Group C could be a good thing because it was the headline act. We felt the strength was with
41.
Justin Hood, and we just weren't really sure where the game of Reece Collie was. And it's the way it's panned out, to be fair. Justin Hood is the standout player, has just produced a performance to confirm that. But Reece Collie has shown us that he's in good nick again. In 2021, he was winning Development Tours. In 2022, he was winning on the WDF circuit, a big
140.
Martin, you required lost
93.
a little bit of form at the MODUS Super Series this year. Played for England, had his ups and downs there. Just finding his form once again, and it's a great achievement to be there Saturday. Bullseye for Wolfie.
50. Reach to require 137.
This to secure the win. A bit of a grimace there.
81. Martin, you require 43.
Now Wolfie can go within one leg here. What was 11 for double 16? Double 8.
35.
Yeah, meh.
Reach to require 56.
here, she's saying to himself that there's a speech mark coming out. 2 darted tops.
36. Martin, you require 8.
Match starts come and gone there for Reece Collie. Already knows that he's through. Or maybe he doesn't know he's through, but we know he's through to finals night.
4.
Yeah, I think the stuffing's been kicked out of Martin. I think he knows exactly what the scenario
Reach
is.
required 20.
And Reece Collie for the match, a 4-1 victory. The victory that Martin Adams needed.
10. Martin, you required 4.
Yeah, real drop of the shoulders, real disappointment there. So Adams back for 4. Stepping over, just needs to lift it above. Yeah, wants to sit it on top of those two and
No score.
does do that, but not quite in the right place.
Reach required 10.
And there she wrote really for Martin Adams. Too many missed darts at a double this week, but for
and the
Reece
match,
Collie, the questions
Reece
were asked
Collie.
today. He got the answers in the end. He'd be delighted to find out that he's there on Saturday night. He will join Justin Hood from Group C, and he'll play a very, very important part, because at times when he gets that throw right, you still can't hit a double, Martin. Double 2. There you go, easy. But it's Reece Collie that goes off. Yes! We'll give it at Martin. But next up the game now is Mario Robb against Justin Hood.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Collie, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Collie.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm joined up here on the balcony by Reece Collie. Reece, many congratulations on making it through, but is it a case maybe of relief more than anything else?
Oh yeah, definitely. Just happy to get the wins on the last couple of games. Like, obviously I was top after coming into today, and I thought just try and get a few wins, try and get play some good darts. But I started off a bit bad, but I got there in the end, so I'm happy with that. Yeah.
How easy can it be when you lose that first game after being top overnight to then possibly have the panic stations begin to kick in?
to be fair, because I lost the first one yesterday and then I kicked on after that. So I thought, let's try and do what I done yesterday and just kick on after that. Like, do the same thing as I done yesterday and I'll get through. And lucky enough, I done it. So, yeah, happy days.
Made a kick towards the line in the latter half of the day. First off, that 4-0 victory before then playing Martin. And that this one here, wasn't it, against Mario? This was what began the momentum for you.
Yeah, I needed that one, big time. Like, I knew I needed a nice win to just put me back in contentions to get through. So, yeah, it was a nice win.
That last game against Martin, what was going through the mind? Did you know about the leg scenario, or was it just about going out and win?
Well, I don't know if it went to legs against or legs won, or I don't really know what the crack was. So I thought just try and win the game, and if I win, I'm through. So lucky enough, I got the win. So yeah, here we are now.
Where is Rhys Collie, the darts player, at the minute? Obviously, we've seen you represent England this year. You've won the British Open last year. Where are things at, do you feel, the second?
I'm playing quite well, to be fair, Henry. I'm back in the tournaments, in the vaults, back my way. I'm winning quite a lot. I'm playing some good stuff, but I don't know what it is. Every time I come in, I seem to get nervy in them first few games, and then once I kick in, I'm all right then, you know what I mean? But I'm at a good place, so if I can get my head on, and I'll always be there and about. So hopefully there's a few people coming down tomorrow, and hopefully I can do the job and get the win. So.
And just finally, it's a busy time off the hockey, isn't it, for yourself as well?
Yeah, to be fair, I was close to pulling out because I thought, obviously, my other half is 37 weeks pregnant now. So I thought, do I pull out, do I not? Like, she's got a due date of the 8th of November, and I thought, she should be all right, hopefully. And I said to her before I come here, I said, just hold that to at least Sunday, and then we'll be all right, like, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm happy, and she's happy, and she's okay. I spoke to her, so yeah, everything's going well at the minute.
We wish you all the very best with that.
Thank you,
We
Henry.
wish you very well going into tomorrow night. Rhys, many congratulations.
Cheers.
A couple more games for us to go. That kicks off with Mario Robb against Justin Hood. Glenn and Laura are down in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And if you struggle to understand Rhys Collie there, I'll try and explain. All right, Bob. That's terrible, isn't it? But I'm absolutely delighted that he's qualified. He's had a big reputation about 3 or 4 years ago, and then he sort of kicked in on the development tour, and then he had that
First
big win.
leg, it's Mario to throw first.
Just
Game
went through
on.
that period of a crossroads time, but he's winning competitions locally again, and around that Black Country area, it's a really tough place to be winning games, and he's used a lot of experience to get over the line, and yeah, what a story that would be.
100.
Pick up that trophy tomorrow, but for me, it's all about being this guy today. He's been absolutely superb. At the beginning, he started fairly slowly, but just seems to know that when he has to play
86.
well, he does play well. And his previous game against Mike Huntley, we went into that game with 3 wins out of 3, and let's be honest with you, Justin Hood just smashed him in the end with 100+ average, and just let everybody know
100.
that when he wants to, the game is there, and I think he has a real big chance for tomorrow night.
Yeah, he had the standout average from yesterday, from his last match, actually, and
55.
already had the standout average today, that 101.9.
Yeah, he stood on exactly where Rhys Collie was yesterday, and he said, I'm going to win 5 wins out of 5.
100.
So forget any permutations about me, of which I thought, well, that's bravado. But sometimes actions are better than words, and he's absolutely backed that up. Very reminiscent of
83.
Neil Duff at the WDF World Championships last time, where he said, I'm going to win it, I will win it. And he totally backed that up well. Justin Hood is 4 legs away from doing that against Mario Robb, who we get to the
100.
stage now where we'll be assessing. He hasn't qualified for Saturday night. He come here, a former player of very high quality in that mid-2000s.
87.
That huge boom
Mario
of Dutch
required
dart. He was part
101.
of that. Played at Lakeside, played at the very highest stage. Very tough competitor to beat. It's taken a long time out of the games. He looks at double 12. I was about to
89.
say, I expected that to go, because the one thing he can tick the boxes has been his finishing. He's been superb, but he needs to be more match sharp. He's going to go to the European Q school, but still, for me, needs to add 20%, 30% on his
required
scoring
12.
power.
Yeah, I agree, because we both know it's brutal trying to get through Q school.
6.
May have
Justin,
just
you
affected his
require
rhythm slightly there, dropped his
152.
dart, but double 3 is not an easy one. But you half expect these type of shots to go for Justin Hood.
I just sense he knows he's through.
Mario, you
He just
require
wants to.
6.
He's just going through the routine now, but
Game show on the first
Mario
leg.
Rob with that double
Mario
3.
Rob.
Arguably one of the most difficult on there, people say. Personally, I didn't mind double 3.
It served you quite
Second leg is
very
Justin
well
to
on one
throw
occasion
first.
I can think
Game
of.
on.
Yeah, won me 100 grand once when I was absolutely nipping because I played Mark McGean, if you remember, where he put the type of fight back on where I was beginning to flounder and he missed after
100.
double 18 and yeah, in the end I had double 3. Most times in them days I used to go 2 double 2, but legs were shaking, arms were shaking. Yeah, and double 3 it was.
140.
Yeah, because we do see players switch, but in those scenarios, you just want to give yourself the best opportunity. And I've done it myself. You miss that
57.
single number and you're absolutely kicking yourself that you just didn't go for it.
I think it's always a sign of my opponent feeling confident when they split as well, because when you're not playing very well, your first thing in your mind is,
100.
I'm worried I'll miss the big number here.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe we should just get T-shirts that say "Be more wolfy" and just go for what we've got left.
93.
I'm up for wearing them.
Yeah, he's unit. Is there anyone else who's very regimental in the finishes? But yeah, I remember being on. I think the funniest player for me,
41.
I remember being 4 each with a guy called Gary Thompson. Number 1, he had his court on against me. It was 4 each. He had 2 darts in his hand. I'm sat on a double and he wanted 61. So I'm looking at 11
57.
ball to beat me. And he went 777 tops for 2 darts. He was not one to follow on the dartboard. He did his own thing.
60.
I have a head-to-head record. There was a darts database, and there was 2 players in the BDO days where Gary Thompson I couldn't beat, and Aaron
89.
Turner.
Mario, you require 160.
Does get a little shout out, doesn't he, Aaron? Yeah, he's hot-footing it over to Hungary this weekend for the WDF Tour.
90.
He's guaranteed
Justin, you require
qualification now, though, isn't he?
105.
Still got this weekend to go,
Is
so it's
there really?
still preliminary, but hoping that, fingers crossed he does secure the place. Normally it's the culmination of a year's work, but this
73.
is 2 years on
Mario
the tour because
requires
of the changes
70.
in the WDF system.
Well, we said this is Mario's strength. He's going to get a single dart or a double. And that double is double 16.
38.
Chance for Hood for
Justin, you
1-1.
require 32. Game show on the second leg.
That's the
Justin
case.
Hood.
When you do go to Lakeside, Laura and Aaron, have you got plenty, with you living quite close, will there be a crowd? Because the reason I ask is I
Third leg
played
is Mario
Dean
to throw
Reynolds
first.
once,
Game
and
on.
you remember that? Follow me, lead, and I walked out, and the noise Dean Reynolds fans created really made me, oh God, I'm in a match here.
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
100.
We've got a feeling we're all going to be playing on that opening weekend, which does clash with a county match, which isn't ideal. But there's so much darts going on at the moment. It's hard to miss things.
140.
But also a regular here on the Super Series, Mike Gillett, who happens to be my brother-in-law. He will also be there at opening weekend. So perhaps a family affair, if nothing else.
You learn something every
140.
day. Didn't know that there's another really nice guy.
Yeah, actually, he is the one at home probably looking after my kids as I'm sat here.
134. $140.
Fair play to Mario Rob. His campaign is over, but he's giving it absolutely everything in this game and just shy of 90 average at the moment.
93.
Looks like
Mario,
his
you
plan
require
is to finish off with a high.
121.
Yeah, we did see Mario take out a spectacular 1-2-1 finish
89.
earlier on today.
Justin, you require 134. $94. Mario, you require 32.
To lead 2-1.
Game show on the third leg. Mario Rob.
No real reaction. Just very matter of fact and averages.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Around what we would expect from Mario when he's hitting his heights, down from what we've seen so far from Justin Hood, but understandably so. But again,
121.
said it before, every time he gets one of those setbacks, he finds a way to come back and come back stronger, Justin Hood.
Yeah, I think obviously the 5 out of 5 was the priority for him, but it does look like a lot of the intensity's gone out of his play.
40.
But just putting the averages up there, what's your thoughts of when you're throwing darts if you had the scoreboard with the average there? Because at the World Seniors, you can see exactly what you're averaging throughout the game.
Funny enough, you mentioned averages
100.
earlier. I was going to ask you the same thing. No, it's a distraction. It's nothing more than being very distracting because it gives you something to think about that you really shouldn't be focused on at all.
94.
Yeah, luckily this time I was averaging the 90s against Jim McEwen, but the first time I was at Mark Dudbridge at the Circus Tavern, I could just see myself in the 70s and
40.
It more was a real hindrance to me. It's like, don't look at the pink elephant in the room. You just continue looking.
60.
Yeah, I've played on some of those scoring systems which show exactly what you're doing, what you've hit, what you've missed. And yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Unless it's in training, I think that's a different...
56.
If I'm practicing, it doesn't really matter. But in a match, no, I don't want to know.
60. 43.
Yeah, a little scratch of the head. And this is what we were saying earlier. When you know you've done what you've needed to do, you're through, you're top of the group, you can lose that little bit of an adrenaline.
140.
It's that balance, isn't it, Laura, where some people say, well, surely that's good, you've got no nerves in your body. But the best players, that's why you see someone like a Steve West, a Robert Thornton really G'ing themselves up. You like to have that blood going through your body.
Mario, you require 107.
Got treble 17.
47.
Oh,
Justin, you require
one-sided
32.
games today, especially in the back end of this Group C. This is for 2-2. And a great angle. And that's
Game
the
shown the
reason
fourth
why
leg.
he did it.
Justin Hood.
So that original angle there, you could see the darts are covering the treble. But as he moved across, we showed you the angle where he opens the
Fifth
bed
leg,
up.
it's Mario to throw
It's
first.
as if you're throwing for
Game
them
on.
two other darts. And sometimes when it's your day, you can kiss off one of them darts and go into the double 16.
83.
Mario looking very focused, wants to end his campaign on a high. Whilst we know who is going through to finals night.
59.
Pride to play for.
97. 140.
Yeah, and a little bit of a grimace there from Justin Hood. I think if you'd gone back a match or two ago, that would have been the full 180.
55.
Yeah, Justin just checking the score. Yeah, and again, great ball management there. Switches down to the 19s. 2 19s, leaving him on the big fish. Well, he's got the first 10 plus average. Justin Hood, can he get the first 170 finish?
Justin, you require 170.
Belongs to Mario Robber, 167. So this will doubly hurt Mario.
Yeah, that look on his face, that reaction told me he fancied that.
Yeah, I did, funnily enough, but I didn't want to spoil it for Justin.
81. Justin, you
We're
require
becoming very superstitious
112.
as commentators that we think we've got a power over what actually happens up there, but it does go that way. There is genuinely the curse of the commentator.
No, the players have arranged a contract for me for Glenn not to say that. I like that play there.
49.
No, that treble 18, because the treble 20
Mario
was covered
require
on 1-1-2, would have left the double
127.
19. That's the Paul Hink shot, but that's absolutely nowhere near.
35. Justin, you requires 63.
Yeah, double 16.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fifth
and
leg.
that's a break of throw,
Justin
and that puts him
Hood.
one leg between a clean sweep of the matches today.
Sixth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $121.
Yeah, and again, you're just expecting him to fill it up because that's what he was doing earlier.
Yeah, it's just warming up for tomorrow night. Like I
45.
said, we've got a big night ahead of us. Please don't miss that one. Steve West is just sat on legs difference at the top. Fallon Sherrick right behind, and
96.
menacingly looking good is Robert Thornton and the unpredictable Dan Lowby. It was a tough night for Stefan Schroeder, who's on 0 points, but he could play
60.
that spoiler role. So really looking forward. That starts at 10 p.m. tonight on Sporty Stuff TV. So come and join us. A potential
98. $100.
Yeah, and you just get the feeling it's all academic now for Mario. Just got too big a lead.
59. $60. Justin, you require 127.
Yeah, just sensible play once again. Didn't need to go for it.
49.
Mario back on 2-3-6 and can only hit and hope.
60. Justin, you require 78. Game,
Just
shot,
incredible.
and the
Justin
match.
Hood promised us
Justin
5 wins
Hood.
out of 5. Justin Hood delivers 5 wins out of 5. He's been outstanding. Just needed to do what he had to do against Mario. All the hard work and the graft have been done, but he tops the table. He will be there on Saturday night. Justin Hood at times delay looked absolutely superb, and once again superb on the doubles. 4 from 6 being the highlight of that game, finishing off with that 78 checkout. We move on to the final game of the Group C campaign. It's Michael Huntley against Kevin Dowling up next.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're not going dancing, we're going darting with Happy Feet. Justin Hood, many congratulations.
Thank you.
Back through to a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. Just sum up how you've found this week so far.
Yeah, yesterday I thought I struggled a bit, but I managed to get four wins. And I said to your colleague, just pick up 5 wins today and you're through. Don't matter how you do it, just win. And I picked up a bit today.
You picked up a bit, as you say, and it felt like at times, well, you put in the performance of the week with a ton plus average. It felt like you put your best stuff into this day, the important day on Friday.
Yeah, I went into the Mike Huntley game thinking if I win this, you're definitely in. So I tried to slow my throw down a bit, and it worked a treat first 3 legs, and then went off a bit at the end, but I got the win, so.
Go on, talk us through the 154.
Oh, it's just dirty, innit? Yeah, it's nice finish. I wasn't sure what way to go, whether to go bull, treble 18 bull, but I thought better not, I might get punched. Nah, I'm joking.
And then here we go. This is the 78 against Matt. To be fair, we could probably play your best bits all night because that's been the way you've been playing today.
Yeah, my doubles have been going well. I've had the odd leg where I've missed clumps of them, but when the pressure's on, I've performed and confident going into tomorrow and hopefully pick up the check again.
The check again. What is it about the Super Series that just almost clicks your game together?
I've always been a player. I love people watching. Like on Saturday nights when people come out and support me, I love it. I thrive on it. I'll play better tomorrow than I have the last 2 days. And I say, I just want that Chinese. That's all I want.
I was going to say, we cannot do an interview with you, Justin, without talking about this Chinese restaurant. Right.
Yeah.
You won the 5K last time. You said you're going to put some shares. And if you won the Champions Week, you were going to go and buy one. Right. Where are we with this pipe dream?
Right. What happened was I ordered a lot, and now I owe him some money, so I've got to win it again now.
Basically, this is just to fill up from the bill from the first time out.
Yeah. And then now I have to win Champions Week next week as well now, just so I can get ahead of myself.
So you can get ahead of yourself. You do realise if you do win Champions Week, and we are live, so just remember this is on record, that you're going to take us all out for a Chinese. That's what I've heard.
I will happily do that. I'm not paying, but you can come out.
Well, Justin, it's always great to have you here at the Super Series. You're always a rare light here at the Live Lounge. Well, it's all good in the hood, isn't it?
It is. I'm happy. Happy man.
Happy Feet is darting with delight. We're going to see him tomorrow night. One final game to go for us. Michael Huntley against Kevin Dowling. Glenn and Laura are down in commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. An absolutely fantastic interview. And just to see a different side from Justin Hood and, I mean, just another accent. So I might as well I'm going to have a go at it. I don't like potatoes. I like lard.
Right. Never,
shall I stop?
ever do that again.
Never?
When you do it, you've got to channel your best Chris Mason and you've got to do dirty darts that 154, wasn't it? Dirty darts. I like that expression.
Yeah, I need I think the closest I can do now is a Geordie, so I'll stick to my roller coaster. Well, next up
first
is
it's Michael to throw
Kevin
first.
Dowling. It must seem a long time ago since he first won, but he does have the opportunity of doing the double here against Mike Huntley because the first game in the Group C was this match, and it was a match where Kevin Dowling ran into a 3-0 lead before Mike Huntley then pulled it back to 3-3.
23.
Just in that last leg, Kevin did get over the winning line, but since then, look, I went through in the players area and I just heard him say his problem. He's telling Martin and he's telling Mikey, the problem is he's overthinking up there. And I didn't expect that from Kev because he's older and wiser and whatever. So it just goes to show you that that mental side of the game. It's not just for people who are young, aspiring players who are searching for perfection. Even some of the seniors players as well. But he said that the problems he's had on the hockey the past 2 days is that he's just overthinking the situation too much.
Yeah, and as you say, surprising for someone with his experience. However, when you've got that deliberate throw and you've got that extra time, then yeah, it does give you more time if you're inclined to be, thoughtful for the day or the week or about the situation. You've got that far more time. Whereas someone like Dan Laube, he's bang, 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 doesn't give himself time to adjust, let alone think about what's going on.
Yeah, good point. You try to slow him down and then maybe he starts thinking, well, I guess would be his argument. So
23.
But yeah, that's the problem, Sir Kev. He's just up there. He's frustrated as anybody. And like I said, this has not gone how he wants to because he just loves being here at the MODUS Super Series. Had some fantastic moments here. Had 42 expectations like they all do when they first go and first throw that dart. But it just hasn't been to be. But he'll want to finish off on a high. I have to say it's a bit of a slow burn of this leg. So it could just be a case of replicating what he did yesterday.
75.
Yeah, funny enough, going back to that Justin Hood interview, the one thing that I did pick up on that I thought was quite interesting, he's going to play better tomorrow than he did today. Now,
140.
If his promises are anything to go by, he did say he was going to go through the card today, and he has done that. So that's sending out a big kind of statement and a big warning to anyone that qualifies for finals night.
Yeah, he didn't show that personality on the hockey, does he?
Requiring
like I said,
96.
he's not afraid. He was funny, he was witty and chatty and whatever, but also quite brave and brazen and confident. And maybe I'd like to see a little bit more of that personality, just to see if it's to the detriment or does it make him better. But on the hockey, he's just very quiet and a bit demure, but he has a fierce will to win. And yet, if he wants that Chinese, he better win it tomorrow and win the
131.
Champions League next week.
Required 38.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's motivated by food. I get it.
30. Kevin, you require 40. Game shot on the first lay. Kevin Dowling.
Well, arguably pinched that leg. Michael Huntley did have opportunities.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game
let's
on.
talk of a Chinese. I think I fancy a nice tie or something.
Sounds like a plan.
$139.
If we do, that's when Henry Deacon says, I've left my wallet at home.
$140.
Yeah, I think we've got two players here who, come Series 6, will be hoping they get the call from the MODUS Super Series.
43.
For sure, Michael Huntley is playing an awful lot of ADC, and if he doesn't get necessary invites, he's doing enough on the seniors, he's doing enough on the ADC that he'll want to right the wrongs this week. I think for Kevin Dowling, I think
36.
he needs to just get back to his play. You know, he's played 6 Super League games this year. He said he's won all 6, but lost a couple of games on the county stage as well. I think he might just want to reevaluate, because that's the kind of guy Kev is. You know,
58.
I look forward to read his report next week. He's always let us know when he was on the tour of how things have gone. So it'll be interesting to see how he feels it's gone and to see how difficult it is when you're struggling up there on the MODUS Super Series.
60.
And I think sometimes when you're in that scenario, we know that Kev kind of mentioned to you, obviously felt inconsistent, perhaps hasn't performed as well when he's played County. Warwickshire lost both of his matches so far this season.
45.
And what happens is you can kind of, you don't lose the enjoyment for the game, but you obviously don't enjoy the consistent losing within, you know, match after match. And that's what starts plaguing your thoughts. And perhaps that's what he's bringing into this. So trying to find a way to go back, have a bit of fun with it, enjoy it, because darts is very difficult to play when you start losing that bit of enjoyment. And I'm not implying that he has lost the enjoyment, but...
No, you're spot on. It is. It's a very difficult game.
60.
You've got to sometimes just think of them moments where a county game's on a Saturday, and on the Monday and Tuesday you're getting excited for it. And when the game becomes a chore, and it's difficult to get yourself out to locally, difficult to get yourself out to...
95. Kevin, you require
that's
156.
when the problems kind of rise. I get that. I know that.
$60. Marco, you require 113.
But players like Mike and Kevin are now getting further opportunities here, but also at the World Seniors as well. And I expect to see this man in your picture at
81.
the Circus Tavern. He's
Kevin,
ranked
you
number
require
1 at the
96.
moment. Kevin's ranked number 11. Tournament still to come before February as well.
$56. Marco, you require 32.
So back here at double 16.
Game shot
yeah,
on the
this time
second
make
leg.
sure, and that's a break
Michael
straight back
Huntley.
for Mike Huntley.
The fair play to the integrity and the professional
Third leg,
race
it's
too.
Michael
Like I
to
say,
throw
it's what we call a
first.
dead
Game
rubber.
on.
There was a moment or a potential there that Mike could have got third place with a 4-0 victory in this game. But I think overall, if he can win here, 4 wins out of 5, he'll probably
100.
think, I lost it on the Thursday. I mean, the opening 3 days were Obviously far from ideal, but I still think he felt he had a chance going into this Group C. Whereas for Kevin, you would feel he's just, get me home now.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the irony really is, I think it was the first game for Huntley that really did the damage, which was against Kev Dowling, and it is the only game that Kev won.
55.
Yeah, you would get asked the question. These early games surely don't mean too much, but in these Group C, we have the rule of three losses, and it's very difficult to qualify after that.
140.
And when you've had a loss that you know you should have won, two were players at the time. It was a really disappointing game.
$45. $60.
It just doesn't look comfortable, does he, Kev? He's won a piece. Hopefully Huntley can take quite a lot from this, especially the performance in this last day.
Funny you should say that. And I think the one thing I'm taking is that when he hit the treble 20, you can read his lips when he's saying, come on. Whereas yesterday he was hitting trebles and shaking his head. Winning legs, shaking
100.
his head. Stuck
Michael, you
behind the
require
player,
161.
shaking his head. But what I've seen from today's, look, he's got the determination in the face that I like. But he's not beating himself up today.
$24.
Which player is giving you the most facial expressions that you've ever watched? I mean, while you're thinking, maybe I might save it for the next leg. Have a little think. Who gives you the most? There was one on here. I was absolutely in stitches.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple that spring to mind.
83.
It's a good effort there from Kev. Yeah,
Michael, you
Rob
require
Collins.
137.
I still laugh now at some of them.
$38.
Merv King?
Well, you know,
Kevin,
for
you
me,
require
players
18.
like Kevin Painter and Robert Thornton, you just know what they're thinking at any given time. And even James Richardson really does kind of give off that expression. You don't,
16.
You don't want them on your poker team.
Michael, you
is pretty
require
much where I'd be with it.
99.
Yeah, I'm not so good at poker myself, so I must give too much away. 99. Put a flake in it, lad. Double 16.
83. Kevin, you required 2.
Yeah, another chance here for Kev.
Game show on the third leg.
Just squeezes it
Kevin
into the
Dowling.
corner. Kev Dowling, 2-1 up.
Yeah, it would have been unlikely double this, won't it? You know, played
Full
2-1
thing is Kevin to
against
throw
Mike.
first. Game on.
The bookend. Right, come on then, Laura. Tomorrow night, a Group A winner, Group B winner, or a Group C winner without naming
26.
an individual just yet.
I'm going to stick with Group B, I think. I could pick any letter and it, you know, it may or may not happen, but I still think
100.
Yeah, Group B, just because of how they're all pushing each other in that group. It's been very competitive at a very high standard.
I told Steve Westhoff I'm obviously sharing a house with him here this week,
41.
and yeah, when I got back last night, I told him off for his interview because I couldn't understand why he was so negative in his responses. 6 points. He lost his first game. Yes, we know he can play better.
180.
I just think when he puts, it's very reminiscent of Justin Hood. I mean, he's got the pedigree. He's a great player. Fallon, I think, you know, she's well capable of winning this. She was top in that Group B for the majority of the night. Just an inspired performance at the end of the night by Robert Thornton, stopping her going through the card. Is it going to be finally Robert Thornton's? Can Dan Lowby find
100.
that bit of consistency to go with that incredible magic that he's got?
Yeah, it's difficult enough just to pick the 3 that are going to go through. Obviously, we have a better indication. But as we can
60.
see, things can really
Marky
change.
required 121.
Yeah, David Evans might be sat in the hotel now saying, hey, what about me? 28 points out of 30. I'm barely getting a mention here.
$49. $41. Michael, you require 72.
Options on 72. He likes to play it safe on the 20s, and it is very safe than darts. And his beloved double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
We have parity.
Michael
It's 2-2.
Huntley.
Like I said, we haven't had many real tight affairs today. We've got to go all the way back to the Justin
leg,
Hood,
it's
Martin
Michael to
Adams
throw
game, the
first.
Mario Rob Kev Dowling
Game
game.
on.
But after that, it's been pretty one-way traffic in most of the matches. And we're about to finish with a match that goes all the way. This game yesterday ended 4-3. And we're going to go all the way again.
140.
You fancied Mike Huntley to win this game, didn't you?
Yeah, I just think based on what I'd seen from him today, but again, he does have to bounce back off that 4-0 loss over Hood. But I don't think you could look too
28.
much into that because Hood just played his absolute best game of the entire campaign so far.
Yeah, it was a wonderful performance, that wasn't it? It was very memorable of what he can do. And like I said, with a crowd here tomorrow,
140.
I said that really gets him going as well. And we could see the very best from Justin Hood, and that's a dangerous prospect for any player.
$66.
Yeah, Mike in complete control of this leg and back in the treble 20. So far, back-to-back 140s. Searching out a third.
140. $140. Michael, you require 81.
Doesn't need to consider the ball. But lays up
49.
very nicely. No surprise to see his leaving double.
Yeah, he's another one of those players that goes out of his way to leave 32. Definitely his double of choice. Justin Hood, another one that
45.
likes to leave 32 over tops.
Michael, you require 32. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Mike Huntley
Michael
leads
Huntley.
3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $45.
Chance for Huntley. Remember, a win here for Michael Huntley would be 4 wins out of 5.
85.
Part of them will be chuffed to pieces with that ratio, and part of them will be thinking, do you know, I lost this yesterday. And potentially, as Laura mentioned, lost it in his opening game when he lost to Kev Dowling. Went, yeah, in more circumstances
40.
he would have got through that game. Just a very nervy, tense match, which he didn't really recover. But he's came in a different man today. Much more positivity, finding that treble 20 with real ease. There was a real moment today where we
136.
thought he was potentially going to go the card, and it would have been another mega story here.
$100. $45.
Yeah, they were the darts that sort of plagued him yesterday. But he's about 80 points ahead here.
$45.
Yeah, you don't, like I said, you don't often see that reaction from Kev. I think he's the type of player who'll look back at these games, but personally I wouldn't. I think I'd have a bit of a refresh, and if he is overthinking the situation, maybe just a couple of days, even a couple of weeks away from the game. I'm a big believer in back to basics. Should go for the bullseye with the last start. And a 25 there would have left 170 finish. It's a stunning dart for treble 17.
97.
An excellent setup play from Mike Huntley, who deserves a lot of plaudits today.
$45. Michael, you require 74.
So for the match, it's been a long week for Michael Huntley. He came here on Monday morning full of hope and expectations. It didn't go his way, but he has saved his very best till the last day, and his top's away.
34. Kevin, you require 135.
Kev should start in the bowl. Can still finish with treble 20.
$59. Michael, you require 40.
In the final game of this Group C campaign, it's the player of the day, arguably, Michael Huntley, and I say that because he came into it today after 4 very disappointing days. He wins 4 of his 5 matches. He can't qualify now, but at least he can say, I did well on that last day. For Kev Dowling, it was just a pretty awful experience this week. It started well, but then a run of 9 defeats put pay to that. But it's Michael Huntley who wins the match 4-2 with an 82.83. But the bigger picture is Justin Hood will be there on Saturday night, and he will be joined by Collie.
Thank you very much, Glenn. As far as Michael Huntley is concerned, it didn't go his way Monday to Thursday, but today we saw glimpses of the player that's won ADC Open Series events and a player that's won World Seniors events.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased for him because no one comes here to obviously, you know, to underperform, to not show their best. And I think we've seen bits of his best today. Obviously, really did kind of give us a bit of a narrative, a bit of excitement there in the commentary box because he was pushing for a place for a while, but unfortunately just too much damage done yesterday. But yeah, really pleased to see him play well.
He's such a popular player in and around the circuit as well, is Mike. He's well liked by everybody in the practice rooms and everybody on the tour.
Yeah, and it's been it sounds like it's been a really fun atmosphere. Lots of respect on the stage. Obviously saw that between Kev and Martin and all the players. They all seem to have gelled really well and got on.
As for Kevin Dowling, there was perhaps some expectations on him this week because of what he's done here in the past. Won his first game, but it just never quite happened for him, really, did it?
No, and I think from what we were talking about in commentary as well, it's just he's just struggling. He's been finding it a bit inconsistent. You know, he's overthinking, and sometimes in darts, you know, you don't want to give yourself the opportunity to think. You just want to be thinking about the job, and unfortunately, when those thoughts start creeping in, they're quite hard to shift. Take it from someone who overthinks absolutely everything. So I do have a lot of empathy for him, but you know, he's such a good player. He loves his darts, and you know, hopefully we'll see him bounce back and here again.
Overthinkers of the world unite. Well, that was game 15. These are the results from the 14 prior. As I say, it was a day that kind of went one way then the other, but in the end it was the 2 players at the top of the table overnight that made their way through. Let's talk about those players then in chronological order and begin with Justin Hood, because yes, he won 4 out of 5 yesterday, but he still felt there was more gears to go. He showed those gears today. He
did, and he's promised us even more gears for tomorrow, so I'm very excited to see that. If he can live up to that, then he is going to be one real tough customer to beat tomorrow.
He's one of those players that plays the game, doesn't he, with such a laissez-faire attitude, and I suppose that kind of brings the best out of him, because maybe at those clutch moments he doesn't feel the pressure maybe in ways that others would.
Yeah, I think he just manages, because we can see what his personality is like. That interview that he did with you was absolutely fantastic. We were in absolute fits of giggles down in commentary, and you know, it's wonderful to see his personality come out like that. We were kind of talking, do we want to see that on stage? Of course we would, but obviously he manages himself and he knows how to play, and he's getting the results that he wants.
Yeah, I couldn't believe Justin Hood wasn't paying for the team meal. Anyway, elsewhere, Reece Collie qualified. That's easy to say. But he got his way through. You could tell there's more relief on his face than anything else.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't know if that's kind of a bit of a weight of expectation where you do your first day, you're not quite sure of how you're going to do, and especially because he lost his opener yesterday, but finished top of the group, came in today, lost again, and then all that pressure tipped back on you. And I think for Reece especially, Martin just didn't get going quick enough. He did have one outstanding game, but just didn't find his form, which may have just eased off the pressure, but then kind of saw Huntley coming back at him as well. So there were probably a lot of things to think of, but ultimately he did find a way to make it through.
Mentioned up here on the balcony as well, a lot of things going on off the oche for him. How difficult can that be to weigh up when you got your action on the oche, but also things away which, be it or not, are going to occupy your mind?
Yeah, and that comes to that thing we were saying with Kev about what you're thinking about, and you really have to, whilst you're here and in the moment, think about just the job at hand. It's very easy for me to sit in comms or stand up here and say it because these are massive life-changing things, especially for Reece expecting his girlfriend's expecting a child, and 37 weeks pregnant as well, from what I understand. So very close to the end. So we're glad that he's here, and we're glad that it's been worth it so far, and he's made it through to finals night.
Most definitely. And then for Martin Adams, back here at the Super Series this week, and in Group C we saw glimpses of that vintage Wolfie. It just wasn't to be this time. No,
and I think the romantics in us all really wanted to see Wolfie here. It's Halloween, it seemed tipped up for him, didn't it? Lots of howling in the crowd, but yeah, as you say, just wasn't to be. And it is a long 5 days. It can be grueling because he started in Group A, obviously found himself in Group C, and yeah, just that one step too far.
Yeah, no Wolfie on Halloween night. We'll just have to do fancy dress costume instead. Right, let's have a look at the table then, following the culmination of our Group C proceedings. So Justin Hood, the victor, 18 points, just a solitary defeat to his name over the course of 2 days. Reece Collie, 14 points, sees himself through. Turned out the rule of 3 was perfectly correct this week. Martin Adams, Michael Huntley, both on 10 points. And just a final word on Mario Robb. Debut here this week. We saw glimpses, but you could tell at times he tried so hard to make it work this week, and he gave absolutely everything on that stage.
Yeah, he's got a lot that he can take from this. Obviously, he's put himself back into a situation that we haven't seen him in for quite some time. He said he's on a comeback trail, wants to do European Q School, and I think this is a good way of kind of testing out where his levels stand against players that will probably also wanting to be doing Q School as well. So, great experience again for him, although it sounds strange because I know he's done it probably all before. He's been on big stages, but at this time where he's making the comeback, I think there's a lot that he can take from it, and he did show us some really good, especially fantastic finishing.
You've been in the position where you've taken a break from the sport and come back. When you come back in, how much of it can feel alien at first, and how quickly can things then actually, I remember this, I remember that, and it all pieces together?
Yeah, I do think from perhaps where Mario was playing at his peak last time, the whole dynamic of darts has changed. There's so much available, and he's obviously taken advantage of some of that because he's one of the ADC qualifiers. But yeah, I think you do get back into the routines, and darts as well is as much about being with friends and people, and it's a one massive community, so it's getting back into that and then focusing on the actual challenge in hand, because as I say, everything has kind of changed, and the standard has, obviously skyrocketed as well. And yeah, it takes a bit of adjusting, but hopefully you can get there in the end.
Well, let's have a look and see the tournament bracket then, because we know half of the field for tomorrow night. David Evans sealed his progression through on Wednesday afternoon. Justin Hood and Reece Collie joining him there. And we're going to find out the final 3 identities in Group B tonight, where it looks like, 4 can't go into 3. That's what it feels like as far as this evening is concerned. And poor Stefan Schroeder, he just ran into one last night, didn't he?
He did. He wanted to be in Group B as well. And I can understand why, because if you look at that field, how often does Stefan get to play, the calibre of the players against him? And he has played very well, but just come unstuck because of the quality of the players that he's playing against. They've just pulled it all out against him. So, yeah, finding himself in a bit of a tough one.
But he can play that role of spoiler tonight, because we really don't have a clue, do we, who gets out of that?
No, I'd love to say yes, but, as you say, it really does look like it's between 4 of them. There really isn't very much to split between them. And it's, those first opening few games, once again, I think they're going to be all crucial just to see how the rest of the night goes.
All we know is the spotter tonight is going to have all sorts of nightmares with the pace. It's going to be a good night's worth of action. And next week is the big week. That's the one they're all trying to get to. And there's going to be a new name on the pot.
what you say on the balcony, Murph. We've all been there. But this is an old Dutch clash, and we've seen plenty of battles like that this week between the likes of Merckx and Patrick van den Bogaard.
First leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
But we have seen the likes of Mandigas and Patrick eliminated. We're about to see a fast flinging game. Will it be as quick as yesterday? Because 6 minutes 51 seconds. So Klassen win by 4 legs to 0 yesterday. That is the last thing that Alexander wants tonight.
It's interesting you say things about, well, now the players will know because they've heard me play on the balcony. I walk to the toilet, I can hear Chris Murphy on the balcony, which is further away than the stage is. However, when I played in this, I didn't hear a single word of what was said up there.
Interesting.
130.
I don't think we're going to get much time to mull over things in this game.
83. Alexander
They both got a
51.
maximum in the first leg of this match. But Alexander has taken it in 11 darts.
Alexander Merckx.
And he's broken it in a minute. 59 seconds.
Second leg Alexander to throw first. Game
Remember
on.
that TV show when they used to go around and cut open the storage lockers and sell it all on auction?
Storage Wars.
I feel like we're going to have to
137.
commentate like the auctioneer used to. Remember when he's like, 3, 4, 5.
100.
And don't forget to pay the lady.
100.
I feel like that's how we're going to have to commentate on this game because this is potentially going to break yesterday's record.
This isn't an auction, this is darts, but yes, it is quick. Every time someone hits a double,
100.
we're going to have to say, yep. And if they
137.
miss,
Alexander require 164.
you say no. But he might not miss.
121.
This is a really good blitz from Alexander the Great.
83. Alexander require 43.
This is exactly what he needed, even though he's missed a single.
27. Yellow require 121.
51 for Bull. Not found.
58.
And as the
Alexander
seconds
require
tick
16.
by, Jordan Brooks's participation in
On the second
Saturday
leg,
is wilting
Alexander Merckx.
like cold spinach in a hot pan with butter on top.
Third leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
One more leg, and Alexander will join Klassen
55.
in Saturday night. And if that is the case, it would be Littler, Białecki, Ward,
135.
Bolton, Klassen, Merckx. 4 weekly champions
58.
from previous series in the same finals night. And the only 2 that haven't got them are Białecki, who's got a perfect record in making Saturdays here, against Ward, who was only on his way on the comeback.
190.
In the time it took you to tell us who could potentially be playing on Saturday night,
90.
we're nearly at the end of the leg.
I'll just be quiet.
41.
Well, he's left
Alexander
to finish.
require
Look on the bright side,
142.
Yella.
50. Yellow require 167.
Is he going to find it?
99.
It looks like
Alexander
he's using
require
the same
92.
equipment as the previous 2 games.
Game shot
There
the
it
third
is
leg,
then.
Alexander Merckx.
It's all sewn up. Whether he knows it or not, he's back on Saturdays.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw first.
They both
Game on.
are. What a great performance this has been from Alexander. He's thrown 42 darts
96.
for a 3-0 lead. It's fast becoming the performance of the week.
And let me just rewind.
140.
About half an hour ago, you said if it comes down to that last game, Alexander Merckx will perform because he performs best in this
136.
situation.
Well, there you go.
55.
I've seen it enough times. He has the tendency, when the urgency button is pressed, to go a little bit crackers.
85.
This is performance of the week so far.
121.
And in the context of what it means, just makes it even more impressive.
64.
There's 64 off to leave a Shanghai 120. And here's what's weird. If he hits this, he will beat Klassen quicker than Klassen beat him yesterday. Double top.
80. Yellow your
In fact, had he hit that, he would have broken 5.5 minutes. He still has a chance
Alexander
for 4-0.
40.
There it is.
And the match,
An astonishing quick game of darts. That did not take long. And if you consider the fact that yesterday's 4-0 was quick at 6 minutes 51, that one was 70 seconds quicker. And it's one of the best performances of the week. Alexander Merckx has just rubber-stamped his way into Saturday night for another time and another chance for a second weekly title. Yellow's already got 2.